it was exciting to be around people who were at that level of the industry, where they were all scrappy entrepreneurs. And I got to see what happened when you have one hit that allows you to jump out of that little tiny box that you thought you would be stuck in, and all of a sudden have more money and success than you ever dreamed possible.
That's insane.
Mm.
I can't even fathom that. I can't fathom like waking up one day and being like, "Oh, what?" I can't. I just can't.
Well, they were risk takers. The thing that was beautiful about Tony Scotti, and what's so different between Sid Vintage, who was his partner in the industry, was that they were gap fillers. Sid came from the world of advertising. He was with, come on, Dan, J. Walter Thompson. So he was one of the original Mad Men. So he was from the single sponsorship days, and he had done a TV show called America's Top 10 with Casey Kasem, which was one of the original shows that showed music videos. And then they had the opportunity to do Baywatch because here was a show that was an immense hit in Europe. It was on network, it was on NBC first, and NBC put it on almost as a joke. And they were all embarrassed by it, even though it was getting a good number at that time. But the European buyers said, hey, we'd like to continue doing this show, and we will pay the entire budget. And they went around all of Hollywood, and every single production company thought, oh, this is too embarrassing. This is Gidget. Who the heck's going to want to watch this show? And what ended up happening is they finally ended up at All American. And Tony Scotti had just gotten $20 million investment from a Japanese grocer. It was all the money they'd ever had. And they actually robbed Peter to pay Paul, took out bridge loans, did everything, refinanced their houses so that they could keep payroll going. And then they got the show on the air, and it became a much bigger hit than they expected. And so all of a sudden they went from being this very scrappy company to being able to make strategic moves. And with that, they bought the Mark Goodson Company.
Oh.
I mean, you had the Mark Goodson Company with Family Feud still on the air, and All American was doing the European sales on that. Price is Right was making a $10 million profit. That means after everyone robs it blind for the budget and taking their shares and all of that. And nobody would buy the company because everyone said game shows are dead. And Tony Scotti goes, they are not. Look at how well they're doing in Europe. So he ended up buying the company.
I could still hear in my head Rod Rowdy, a Mark Goodson television production from when I was a little kid.
Exactly.
When you said his name, it triggered it.
Yep, and so I got a chance to see what went on with Price is Right. I was the backup booth person on Family Feud when Louis Anderson and Richard Karn were doing it.
See, I can hear his voice in my head.
Huh?
I can hear his voice in my head.
Absolutely. Oh, and Louis was a trip. He was a trip and a half. He was bass too. You wouldn't think it, but he really was.
All right, Dan, listen, I could
the Scotties. If you ever saw the movie about the Menendezes, the TV movie about the Menendez brothers, they keep talking about these gangsters that are Jose Menendez's friends. Those are the Scotties.
Yeah.
But they weren't gangsters.
Dan,
I'm saying
we got to introduce you, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So normally it's a big intro, but we could all hear you, listen to you talk probably until we die, because the things you say are incredibly interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Like I want to hear more, but our audience, there's like, so you guys just started and just did a thing. Yes, we did. It was
it's a warm-up.
We just had to do it.
So Hero Jeanette used to begin her show.
Okay, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. That's right. So hello, welcome to Pop Culture Beatdown. I am your host, Sean of Third Rail Fi, and joining me as always is Mikey, as well as Darnell and our producer Gina, and we have incredibly special guest. I mean, I was pumped. Darnell, he fangirled a little bit, and you know,
not
all of
worthy.
that. Yeah. I'm really pleased. Dan Watanabe is here, and
I have goosebumps.
yeah, he's goose pimples.
I have
But
goosebumps.
so we'll be talking we'll be talking with Dan about you know, all kinds of stuff. Who really knows? But we'll also maybe if we can find the time, we might maybe touch on the F1 movie. We might also touch on Ironheart and how Mike watched it and contemplated suicide. And then we might also talk about AI and Google and
So sorry.
how it's getting so good. But first and I guess foremost, most importantly, the only topic that really matters is Dan. So yeah, thank you for being here. I'm sure Mike had to really like grovel and twist your arm.
Thanks
Little
for
bit.
inviting me. By the way, did Mike tell you how he and I met?
Something about Brie Larson's feet. I'm not really sure.
Actually, it predated that. I've known Michael much longer than he's going to want to admit that we've known each other. And he
Wow.
actually worked
10
for me
10
for a
plus
while
years,
when
over
I was
10
running
years.
a grant. But he was my student in a screenwriting class. And he came in all full of himself as being this biochem major whose mother wanted him to be a doctor. But he was still a little bit driven by the dream of, and by the way, the word dream is a bad word because it means that you don't think it'll really happen. But anyway, I'm gonna throw Asian philosophy at you. Too bad. I lived in Japan for 5 years, so you know you're gonna have to put up with it. Anyway, so he came in the class, thought that he was going to just slip by with an A, forgetting that pretty much all my students get an A. They unearn an A rather than earn it, and because it's creative, you gotta encourage people. And Mike actually had a script that was written, and I took a look at it. I said, "Oh, come on. Look, you're writing something here that's really interesting. You're coming at it from a unique perspective. There's no reason for you not to go for this because this is something you want to do." Now, I know that he would have been very, very happy making the money at being a doctor, but I also don't think that that was his hokori, his real inner soul. So, Mike, you want to fill in the rest about how
Yeah.
about how you kind
Just
of
call him out on his lies, though.
No.
A young
no.
Puerto Rican boy on his journey.
That's the running joke, by the way, Dan. I'm not Cuban. I'm Puerto Rican or possibly Colombian. I can't remember.
Colombian,
well, as
occasionally
you know, most
Honduras.
of Hollywood doesn't know the difference.
I know. We're all Latin folks, Hispanic folks are the same.
Yeah, you're all Latin X's.
Oh,
By the way, I refuse to use that term. I
I know.
insist on calling everyone Hispanic Latino because
no,
Hispanic
we-
is language, Latino is race. And you know, coming up with Latinx, come on, that was created by a lesbian professor from the University of Puerto Rico. So, and she was anti-male. So, come on, that doesn't have any credibility outside of academia.
very correct. But no. But to your story, yes, was Mike full of himself? Absolutely. I dropped a 120-page script on his desk, like I was trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, and I wanted to just walk out and be like, okay, there's my A. And Dan was Dan didn't yell at me. He didn't get mad or whatever. That's not how he does. He just did one of those and like, see me after class. Talk
You're
to
saying
me
this
after class.
Mexican right here.
Yeah, this motherfucker over here. Yeah.
Mexicant, it turns out.
Yeah, and that was it. And he just, was like, he literally told me, like, I don't know what this other thing this like doctor stuff you're trying to do. You're like, no, whatever this is the stuff you need to do. Yeah.
I'll tell you what one of the secrets of development was, and that is when you meet the writer, you can actually tell within a few minutes whether or not they have potential. And it's because of you just sense a little bit of passion. You sense a little bit of a drive that will help this person through sometimes challenging moments in show business. So he had it. There's a lot of people I've met who've had it, and unfortunately, a lot of people give up.
Yeah, it's true.
Unfortunately, you didn't.
I am wasted potential.
We're on a show
6
right
feet
now.
of wasted
You-
potential. Mikey, on the other hand,
But real quick, just for everyone in the chat. So if you don't know, Dan Watanabe is a current well, let me start at the beginning. Former VP for Fremantle, and I can't remember if it was also All American or just Fremantle.
Well, no, it was a company. I made it through 5 name changes before they successfully pried me out. Started as Scotty Brothers Pictures, then it became All American Television, then it became Pearson Television, then it became Fremantle Media. Four name changes.
Okay. Yes,
and you might also recognize them from American Idol and America's Got Talent and Let's Make a Deal. They do all of those shows.
Yes. And a very tiny little show that maybe folks have heard of. I don't know. Maybe you guys have heard of or not. Baywatch in the 90s at some point.
I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember running
for 11 years. So and it was a fascinating show because when you think about Baywatch, most people think, stupid beach show. It's for hormonal younger males. And the dirty little secret about it was that it was always females 35 plus who loved the show. By the way, that's the main audience for most entertainment, with the exception of tentpole movies and sports. So really, that's who your core audience is. And one of the reasons Hollywood has come to grief recently is they ignore that. But here we had a show with Pamela Anderson, Yasmin Bleeth, all of these just fantastic looking women. And yet the main audience was always female. And that was great news because we were going after Nike and the other advertisers because, long story, but because we were doing our own ad sales. And it turned out that because it was so strongly female that we could get Procter & Gamble to be our primary advertiser.
Damn.
And the deals that were made for Baywatch in Europe are the deals that are actually still changed a lot over the years, but they were the nexus for the deals that you see Netflix and all these other companies doing for television, where you get a big part of your budget from Europe and you back it into the US. Because until Baywatch, most of television, you had occasional shows that would be successful overseas, but it wasn't many. You'd have your Dallases, your Dynasties, and things like that, but it was not part of the general budgeting picture for television. And after Baywatch, it became, this is actually possible with any number of shows. Xena, Hercules, all of those were part of that same movement.
I liked those shows. Those were good shows.
So Bright says that's what happened with the Big Bang Theory show. They retooled it to match the targeted female demo.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, sitcoms in particular, because those are the shows that absolutely have an eternal life. And look at how long Friends has run. Look at how long I Love Lucy has run. I Love Lucy's been on the air for 76 years.
Wow.
So, I mean, more than that. Yeah.
So you said that that audience is 35-year-old and older females?
Mm-hmm.
So we should target this show to that. Darnell, take off your shirt and I'll undo one more button. Okay.
Well, dude, that matches the demo here. Like you have like 60% female, right?
That was such a great audience, and like so many of them are female.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think our audience is pretty well split.
Probably.
Is
but
it?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, this type of program, usually you're going to skew a little bit younger, and you're going to be, because it's a little bit high geek. High geek tends to be male. But it still will bring in a substantial number of female viewers because there's a lot of female viewers who are interested in geek culture as well. It's weird because it's not given as much credit as it should. But when Star Wars first came out, it had an enormous base of females. It was still male centric, but you had an enormous base of women who just couldn't get enough of Harrison Ford and
Mark Hamill,
and Carrie Fisher.
I still remember there's a picture of a girl in she has an orange X-wing jumpsuit, and she made it after A New Hope came out. She went and watched this movie 15 times, took notes, and did sketches, and made a movie accurate cosplay in '77. Like
No, there were a lot of women who did that.
It's insane.
I mean, you had there was a whole special about Star Wars when it first came out, not the making of Star Wars, but it was just a regular TV special where they were talking about the phenomenon of all of these newer movies that were coming out and had created the whole summer blockbuster. And they pointed out that you were having people seeing Star Wars over 100 times, and it wasn't just a small number of people. There were a lot of people, and they would come on the news shows and talk about it. And as a promotional gimmick, theaters would once it had played out a little bit, the theaters, and many of the theaters, would let you, if you were going to see it multiple times, you could buy one ticket and they would allow a certain percentage to sit there as long as they promised to sit there the entire day. It was almost a double dog dare. And you had a ton of people who did that. So, yeah, I mean, Jaws, same way.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have to say, I'm on a few different channels throughout the week, and this is the most split I've seen. It's more, like you said, it's most usually guys. This is the channel. This channel's got about a 50-50 split, and it's crazy. I do 3 or 4 other different shows, but the people that follow this channel and come every night is so split. It's insane.
Yeah,
and it's never the same thing.
Even though it's a nerd show, right, where we talk about like nerd stuff, that's only one day of the 6 or 7 days a week.
About the mixture you have here, you have the 4 of you who all represent different segments of an audience. And not only that, you have different appeals to cross sections. So yeah, why wouldn't you have a fairly solid viewer base because of that? And yes, Mike.
What a good point that is. My goodness.
When we were talking about this the other day, I was talking about how you had your squares set up. Because your squares, I was being really catty, but you know, because you have a game show set up. So whenever you have a game show set up, you make sure you put certain people in certain corners.
Gina, listen.
If you're watching a television show, they're always looking at it from in the West. You always watch from left to right on the image, and so the people on the left are the heroes, the quote unquote heroes, whereas the antagonists are usually on the right.
You're right.
And just like when you see a horror movie, where is the person who's going to do the jump scare from? They usually come in from the right side of the screen. It's not always, but a lot of times they will. And
Mikey, you are
that's
scary.
Our visual orientation. So when you look at the setup you have right now, you have Sean at the upper left corner, who is the master of ceremonies. So you're the one who provides the context of the show, and you are the Mary Tyler Moore from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. You are the voice of reason. With
the nicest thing
surrounding
the
you.
nicest thing I've ever heard. Slightly inaccurate. I'm no voice of any reason, but the nicest thing I've ever heard.
Yes, and with Gina, who's bottom left, she's the person who's there, who's generating wisdom, because she can't be obvious. So she's in a quadrant that's a little bit less obvious, but that gives her the opportunity to spout zingers.
Oh,
and then
I like being on top of Gina. That's all. It's not that.
Yeah. And Mike, being on the right upper quadrant, is the one who's going to be a little bit antagonistic. So that's why his choice of always wearing black is appropriate.
Oh,
yeah. And Darnell, you're the one who because of your look, you're the professor. You're the one who takes on the professorial thing, who kind of is the mentor to everyone else. So so people are going to assume from where you are that you're going to come in with the occasional. You and Gina are going to be the ones who come in with the zingers, the surprise insights and the surprise bits of knowledge. Now that's the way that you would have been cast if we were going to do run-throughs of doing a show with you all as a regular group of people, that's probably how we would discuss it. Who goes in what quadrant?
And you know, I hosted a game show for a few months on like this platform, and I unwittingly blocked everybody just like that. I was up in the corner. I had everybody in their spots. It's crazy. I didn't plan it that way, but what you just described is exactly how I blocked it.
It's actually very natural because of just the way we view things in the West.
Mm-hmm.
If this was on TV in Japan, for example, all of that would be flipped because you're going left to right. I mean, right to left.
Aha.
So
That would
every
be the voice.
show we do should be that then.
The voice of reason.
Okay.
Passing up the Hillary Duff situation, you can never be the voice of reason now, ever.
I know.
So do you
But
all
Dan-
have any questions that you'd like to know about what's going on in entertainment or any insights that you have that you want to run by me and talk about? Because I also did market research for a while. So I'm going to come from that kind of, I was lucky because I started at the company when it was small. So I was always talking with the distribution people. And as the company got bigger, I never stopped. So most people who are in development never talk to distribution, nor do they go to all of the festivals like AF, the American Film Market, NAPI, National Association of Broadcaster. They usually don't go. So they don't know how all the pieces fit together. So I was very lucky. I actually saw, oh, this content equals this for the distributors and the advertisers. Here's how you advertise it. Here's how if you have to do split advertising, because you have part of the market here and part of the market there. How do you keep it coherent but address both? And who's your outside markets? And what are the reasons people watch something? And the answer from market research is it has to be excellent or definite recommend. And excellent and definite recommend don't mean that your English teacher would be pleased with it. It simply means that someone who goes to it is going to feel it was better than expected. That's the key. Better than expected, and the pacing is good. It doesn't move too slow. And that's it. That's kind of the magic sauce. And I don't understand why Hollywood seems to be ignoring that. I mean, the new Mission Impossible movie was unbelievably long.
Yeah,
It's
3 hours.
Lady,
Fucking.
so
I fell
we're
asleep,
talking about
Dan.
something
I
that-
fell
It was
asleep.
impossible to sit through.
It was supposed to be one
Exactly.
movie, remember? It broke into 2 and it was still 3 hours. It's supposed to be one big movie.
Yes, and it was
Yep.
still fucking 3 hours. And I fell asleep. My nephew didn't fall asleep. My nephew, who I took, did sit through the whole thing, but I fell asleep. I think my mom fell asleep. I can't remember, but yeah, we were just, like, oh wait, what? Oh, it's action sequence. Okay, oh, we're back.
Yeah.
It's
So-
too much of a good thing. That's the problem. And so it doesn't matter how spectacular a scene is. If it goes on for 20 minutes, you're going to get bored.
Do you
Yeah.
find now people's attention spans are shorter than they were in the past?
No, they've always been accused of being short. Older people will always look at younger people and say, you have no attention span. When my parents were growing up in the 1930s, they used to get in trouble from their Japanese parents because how come you
harsh.
sit there and you read the comic book? You know good. You need to study that kind of English literature type thing. Why are you looking at comic books? And when I was in college, we were all told, the future of Hollywood is dead because all of these kids in college now, all they do is they have no attention span because they're spending all their time watching MTV. So you're seeing the same excuses over and over and over again. And it's always the same thing. It's that when you're younger, you have this incredible quest, but you're taking in things and like a sponge. And it's the same reason people go, well, here's the problem with TikTok. TikTok is 30-second things and that proves people have no attention span. And I'm going, okay, here's an Alta Cocker talking. So I know I'm an old fart, but when I start watching something on TikTok, let's say I go to Really Slim Sherry, who's this Gen Xer who's always talking about how they were this wild generation and all of that. I'll sit there and I'll watch 50 of her videos in a row. And so what are you doing? You are actually watching the length of an hour sitcom. And not only that, but you're watching it in backward order, because a lot of times people are telling their tragic life stories and you're looking at it going, you can't possibly be this stupid. It doesn't matter though, because I'm enjoying it. And so why is it that this younger generation that supposedly has no attention span had no problem making it through Oppenheimer? Especially as a double bill with Barbie. The simple reason was they're used to watching TikTok and Instagrams and all of that in backward order. And so to see something that's nonlinear is not a problem for them. So actually, I would say that whenever you hear someone being accused of having no attention span, it's just an old person being upset that they can't be that way anymore.
So it sounds like Memento needs a re-release.
I'll tell you something. Have you ever seen Momentum straightforward in linear order?
Yes.
Because you look at it and you understand exactly why Nolan said, okay, we're going to Loves of Isadora this. We're going to pretend we're part of the French New Wave, and we're going to edit this thing all out of order and be modernist about it, because that's the only way that we can hope to make our money back. I know that he didn't design it. He designed it the way he did deliberately, but when you look at it, you go, if this was released linearly, no one would have liked it, because it's just boring. It's just another program. It was being out of order that made it different. And Oppenheimer, can you imagine if that was linear, like Lawrence of Arabia, and you're going in there to watch it and you're going, I can't believe this thing's over 3 hours, and you start doing a minute countdown. But at least if it's not in order, you're engaged because you're trying to figure out what the time frame is. So you're more engaged with it than if you were watching it linearly.
Well, that's the same with Tarantino, right? With Pulp Fiction.
Absolutely.
I love Pulp Fiction.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you watch it in order, like if you try to watch like in sequence, it's like it's nowhere near as good. It's much better out of order, and the way that they kind of or the way that he cut it. 100%.
Yeah, well, Tarantino was a great showman, and I'm talking about off camera as well. He knew exactly how to market his movies. He knew exactly how to play his crazy personality. Oh, I used to run a video store. So what is he doing? He's setting himself up to being every single geek person's fantasy of where their life could go, because he actually did it. And he also was able to take his knowledge that he's using as a weapon and using it as a way to get people interested in seeing more movies. And so he was actually driving people to look at the past, be interested in what he's doing in the present, and therefore wanting to see other movies. Problem with Hollywood now is your average moviegoer no longer sees 20 plus movies a year. When I was going to college, which by the way, in adjusted dollars, movies were a lot more expensive than they are now. So when I was going, we would see 150 movies a year. We saw everything. We even saw the short subjects. So when the Academy Awards came out, we'd seen everything, and I mean everything. And I could never do that now. But at that time, we did it because that was part of our job. We had to know what was out there, and we loved it, because if you go to movies a lot, if you go to, let's say, 30 plus movies a year, if you run across a bad movie, you just run to the next one, right? You just go next week. Oh, that one sucked. And it doesn't matter. You go to one movie a month or 2 movies a month, and you run into 2 bad ones in a row. All of a sudden, instead of seeing 24 movies a year, you're seeing 3.
Yep.
And then it's all of a sudden you haven't seen a movie in 5 years. Yep. Very easy to make that that
We have a question from Mr. Scott Awesome. I've always
Oh,
been
sure.
curious about how the Japanese approach the making of their game shows.
Oh, well, first of all, Japan is a homogeneous country. So therefore, you have a very different sense of the world and everyone in it. I mean,
You know,
when I lived
Japan
there,
is
it
full
was
of
before
Japanese.
we had Shiro's Castle, but you still had torture game shows where you would have people do wild things. Like you would have hair pulling competitions. You would have competitions where you had to eat. You would be having eating competitions, and then you would have to eat like a lot of ice cream really fast, and then eat something really gross. So yeah, you had shows like that all the time. So because you don't have the litigious society where everyone sues everyone else the way you do here, you're willing to put yourself at extreme risk of getting hurt in order to be on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore you can do the crazy shows like the ones where people have to do stunts on big water props or something like that.
Unbeatable Banzuke.
Break their necks. Or when you're jumping into the castle and some of you hit a board and fall, and others just jump through the paper, and then they can go.
Or you have a sumo guy pick up and throw you out of a castle, or throw you out off like a. Yeah, I've always loved those shows, especially as a little kid. But yeah, that's I'm with you. Like they're so much more, I guess.
Thrill seeking.
Not like real, but like more real life than the stuff they put here. That's all based on, like you said, all based on not getting sued.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at a show like The Bachelor, it's so obviously scripted.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was a tape logger on Bachelor for a while, so yeah, we know how that worked on the inside. And one of the tricks that you would have to do, and this is not going out of school, it's been revealed everywhere. When you look at a show like Bachelor, what's the biggest challenge you have as a producer? You have to keep it a secret who the Bachelor or Bachelorette is interested in. Because you know that song, Some Enchanted Evening, You Will See a Stranger Across a Crowded Room. Trust me, the first rose ceremony, you can kind of guess who he's going to end up with. So your journey on the show is to deflect from who he's interested in and create these other relationships and fights and everything else.
Yeah.
So Japan has shows like that too.
So I had two questions, like a two-part, I guess. One, what are your thoughts on this massive tax break for Texas and Louisiana, bringing back the tax break they had before to try to get more stuff out of Hollywood? Do you think it's going to keep building, where more is going to keep leaving, coming here into Georgia, leaving California?
Since I've been in the industry, which is 1985, you've had runaway production. In fact, runaway production actually began in 1953 with Roman Holiday. There were others before that, but Roman Holiday was the big one. And so since then, you've had productions run away to Cinecittà or other countries. So this is not a new thing, and it's always based on money, and it always comes back for the exact same reason. And that is, when you go outside of Hollywood, you have a very wide talent pool. Hopefully, some states they start doing incentives without having a wide talent pool, but you have a wide talent pool, but it's not deep. And because as part of the incentive structure, what you must do is you have to hire most of your cast and crew from that area. Usually, you have a point system where you can bring 3 points, so that means you can bring 3 people. And that's usually your stars. So sometimes you even have to have a front for your writer if you want to use a Hollywood written script, or you have a front for the director. So you have to hire locally. And the problem with that is that as well trained as you can be, you're probably not as fast as an experienced Hollywood crew. In order to get in any of the unions, with the exception of the Directors Guild, or the writer or the Writers Guild. If someone buys your stuff, you're good. But in order to get in the Directors Guild, if you're a first AD, you got to do thousands of hours of work on non-union projects. You got to keep track of all that paperwork, and you've got to prove that you can actually do the job. When you're going to, let's say, North Carolina, now Atlanta's very established, but if you're going to one of these new places, there's a good chance that you're pulling in film school students by the end of you trying to staff it up. And because of that, you have people who don't know what they don't know. So even though you're not spending as much money, you're spending a lot more time. Now, what happens when you run away to a different country? This is no longer a problem with Canada, but I got to tell you, in the 90s, when Cavco became a thing, the biggest problem was that at that time, most Canadian filmmakers were taught in the European system. So they had European style aesthetics. So, for example, if you're a cinematographer, what you're doing is you're shooting a medium shot for most of your scenes. And it's considered artsy. The secret reason is because it's cheaper. When you do full coverage and you do the wide, medium, close, and the over shoulders, the dirties and the cleans and the inserts and all of that, you're shooting a lot of film. Most of the time, if you were shooting a movie in England or France or Germany, you don't have that kind of time. So you're doing one or two takes. You're doing a large master. You're not doing a heck of a lot of editing. And so you shoot it differently, you light it differently, your color aesthetic is different. Hollywood colors tend to be a lot more primary than European. Europeans tend to be more brown and subdued, at least back then. So what would happen is you would shoot something in Canada and people would be watching it on TV. Remember, we only had smaller TVs then, but you'd be watching on TV and something would tell you it's not right. You wouldn't be able to put your finger on it, but it wasn't right. And that isn't even about the fact that every single movie you see has the same extras walking around in the background. You still have people struggling to not say a boot and all that other stuff.
I feel attacked. They feel attacked.
You still had those things. And we did a show called First Wave, which was a science fiction show. And we had a guy named Sebastian Spence in it, and he was red-haired. And in too many sets, we wouldn't tell this until we got the dailies, that he would be somehow placed in front of an orange curtain or a beige wall. So his head would disappear into that. And an American cinematographer would look at him, or a production designer would look at him and go, we're going to have to change that curtain. Because they just knew. But because the European style was to base on practical sets to try to capture real life, not try to capture this kind of very manipulated thing that we do in Hollywood. So yeah, you had, and people would say, oh, well, we'll teach them how to do it. We'll teach them how to do the close-ups and all of that. That's a nice theory that someone in the front office who gets paid a lot of money to not know what they're doing will say. But somebody who's an artist will say, wait a minute, this person spent 10 to 20 years shooting and learning how to get the rhythm of shooting a little bit of a wider frame, how to compose for it, how to light for it, how to have a light that's not flat, but can still convey different kind of emotional context. And they're not going to learn overnight how to shoot something that's a little bit brighter, but with a lot more filters and mood lights and making sure your actor looks great, not that your actor looks like a human being. And all of this contributes to it just looking wrong. Movies of the week disappeared. I mean, these had been a mainstay of television since the late 60s. And by the mid 90s, when Cavco started in the early 90s, they were gone. Yeah, you'd still have your USA ones, but we're not talking about the same budgets. No. Before, a movie of the week was $5 million. Now, my friend Ken, he shot in like 70 Lifetime movies. He's made 140 movies totally, but these are all under $500,000.
Wow.
And he loves it. He's having the best time of his life. He's saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
you know,
But
when I was growing
Dan,
up watching." Oh, yeah.
I love Ken, but what happened to Ken? Ken was in California for how long?
Ken was in California almost 35 years, and he got
And-
chased out.
Yes.
Film LA, and the unions don't like non-union film, and they're always trying to organize you. They're making it really difficult to get permits. You're paying a fortune for your locations. When he moved to Atlanta, partially to take care of his folks, but when he moved
Yeah,
back,
I remember that. I remember that. But
he all
for
of a
the
sudden can do these movies much cheaper.
for the
and they
for the
look
folks
better.
in chat who don't know, what is Film LA, and why are they such a horrid, unbelievable, shitty organization?
I'm going to say that Film LA was a Frankenstein monster. It isn't awful because it was born awful. Because I used to work with Film LA when I was running grants, and they were a newer organization then, and they were actually really helpful. But what's happened is they suddenly got an incredible cocaine boost when we were moving into peak streaming, when all of a sudden all of the studios and Netflix were in a competition to somehow make 600 individual shows, spending 10 million plus each episode, which is unthinkable. And because of that, you didn't have to worry about your pennies at all. So you could have an organization and the people who were working with it being unreasonable in their expectations of how much you could get for a location, how much a producer would be willing to spend to put up these filming signs, so no street parking. I mean, all of these things incrementally would add money. For example, let's say that you're shooting in Mississippi and you want to use a high school. Well, more likely than not, the town is thrilled. They'll give you the high school.
Or does an abandoned school?
Give you an abandoned school. They'll give you a high school on the weekend, whatever. And you can park for free. You try to do that anywhere within the TMZ, the 30-mile zone in Los Angeles, and they're going to charge you 10 grand a day.
Well, that's what I was asking you. If you thought that these things in Louisiana, Texas were like bubbles that are going to burst, or you think these things are just going to keep building, more things going to keep leaving for the cheaper areas?
Most are going to go away. And the reason for that is that you can't have, in most of these areas, you can't have more than one production at a time. So how do you sustain it? Because your timing has to be good. Atlanta finally is at the stage when they can have multiple productions there at the same time. Now you can keep that city going. And because that city is cheaper than California, you can get a lot more bang for your buck. But it took a long time to get there. Atlanta didn't happen overnight, just like Canada didn't happen overnight. Now they're very established. These other states are trying to do it, but they don't realize how much a pain in the ass film productions are. Because let's say that you're trying to bring in a movie and you don't have enough crew. What are you going to do? Because you have to have people at a certain level of professionalism, or you're going to have a situation like that Alec Baldwin movie, where you end up with someone dead because you had people who were borderline incompetent. And on top of that, you had people who weren't well versed in safety. And because they were away from Hollywood and away from all of the eyes of the guilds and all of that, you could get away with it. Sure, you see AI characters taking up. No, I don't. AI is one of those wonderful things where it's going to be a tool. Now,
said this every time it gets brought up.
A tool as something where you can steal human labor, then you're going to screw yourself over. I like the show Marco Polo, but they obviously overreached them. Oh, Marco Polo was infamous. One of the problems they had with Marco Polo is it was miscast on top of it. So here you're spending on this big epic show and it's miscast. I'm not saying the actor was bad. But the problem with Marco Polo was that he didn't have star persona. When you're doing a miniseries about an historic figure, you don't have to be a good actor. You have to be a monumental actor. Charlton Heston, when he was playing Ben-Hur or Moses, was hardly a great thespian, and it didn't matter because you looked at him and you believed that he could be this larger than life person. Marco Polo, I can't remember his name, but the actor they had was a good actor. And that's not good enough. You have to have a movie star. And they didn't have it. And that kills you. Now, going back to the AI thing, I actually graduated college the last year where you could go through 4 years of college without ever touching a computer. I was all analog. So I went into the workforce when everyone was thinking they were going to lose their jobs, because computers were coming in and computers were going to take over the world. And there would be no more need to have human beings there because the computer would eventually control it all. That's 40 years ago. And they were saying that at a time when the computers were still double floppy drives. And yes, my career, I can't tell you how much of my career is based on the fact I could type 120 words a minute on a computer that's accurate, right? And the fact that I could do WordStar, Microsoft Word, XiWrite, DisplayWrite, what was the other one? WordPerfect. I could use all of the programs. I was in real demand back then. And there were more jobs caused by the computer. When editing came in, and it was linear editing, being taken over by Avid, at first, everyone in the editing guild was saying, we're not going to have a job. What ended up happening? More job than ever came out. Yeah, you no longer had your apprentice editors, but you had all these other people who came in, the ingesters, the tape loggers, the people who had to make sure the machine was running overnight. When the dissolves used to take 6 hours to render, you had to have someone babysit it because the machines would more likely than not have RAM crams. So it ended up bringing in more people. When digital cameras came in, they said, oh, this is going to be it for the film part. Yes, it was. But more people are hired for camera now. Even though the equipment is lighter, the equipment is more efficient, you still have more people because you have more choices, more ability to do better stuff. I have not seen one innovation come in where, yeah, you are going to have some destruction. I'm not going to say there's no destruction. But a lot of times, now I'm at the point where I can't run marathons or sprints anymore. But when you're in a job, you get to be very nimble in it, and you're not going to sit there and say, no, I don't want to learn that. You'll say, I better learn that, and then you do. And
Dan, we got a rant here, or
okay.
What is it? Yeah, Rumble rant.
Yeah, so Spuds, it says they're trying to make movies in Liverpool, New York, near Syracuse. Unfortunately, the guy running it is not a good neighbor to the village.
Most of them aren't. Here's the problem: is that they sell their location as being a place that you can go in there and absolutely abuse people, as if you were Simon Legree in Uncle Tom's Cabin. You know, they really sell what a bunch of suckers your small town is, and it's not fair. And also, the townspeople aren't going to want you back. The best thing you can do if you're going into a town and you want to build a relationship, be very nice, be delightful.
But that's what I've noticed about a lot of these Louisiana productions. I know some people. I was on a couple of movies this year. I talked to some people who've been in quite a few, and I actually have friends who are in a few other movies, and they said, "Man, the environment is just amazing. Everyone's so nice. Everyone's working together. If they got something got to change last minute, the town or city is usually like, okay, what do you need? Like, what do you need? We'll accommodate it if we can, and most of the time it can work out." But also, I want to ask you real quick. I want to kind of like tie it into this. Zachary Levi has a studio in Austin, but he's building one on the Texas-Louisiana border. Like he's building a full production studio, sets, all this stuff. That's what got me to ask you about. Do you think these bubbles are going to burst, or they're going to grow? Because it seems like big actors, it seems like big people in the industry are starting to pull their productions out and set them up in other parts of the country.
Well, yeah, they've done this multiple times.
Okay.
You know, I've been through this runaway and come back at least 3 times since I started, and it always comes back. Now, Be Job Secure has a good point here. What if you designed an actor or an actress who got a following? You know when that happened in the past? Happened with animation. And the trick about animation is what makes animation great. It's the human element in it. It's the fact that you had someone like Mel Blanc doing voices. It's the fact that you had artists like Tex Avery or Chuck Jones being able to do the drawings. You had the sentimentalists like Walt Disney who were perfectionist monsters. The problem with a lot of AI is that it's very generic. And yes, they're getting better. But if you look at the stuff that's the most convincing on AI, what's the level of your engagement with it? What I've seen so far, the most impressive things are things that are in effect TV commercials, where you have a very generic person doing something that's generic. Now, yes, you can adjust them and you can make them in some way or another a little bit more of a character, but you don't have to when you're in a very brief moment. But when you try to sustain an audience's interest for 7 minutes, half an hour and a half, 3 hours, you've got to bond them with not only the big stuff that an actor can do, but you're looking for the documentary details. You're looking for those areas where that performer reveals their secret self. Like a little bit of a perverse thing. When you look at most stars, why do you connect with them? A lot of times you're not connecting with them just because you're impressed with them, but they're also giving you a little bit of a sense of how nuts they are in real life. And it's that contrast between them seeming so controlled on the screen, but being chaotic in their private lives. That Brett Lively movie, the fact that it ends with us, the fact that they've been entertaining people so extemporaneously off camera might have ruined their career. It certainly ruined a potential franchise. But the bottom line is that these are people who you become fascinated with because they are not sane. They are not normal. And that's and that's the energy that I don't see in AI yet. I'm not saying it can't be there, but look at where AI is most effective. We can CGI in an actor to do a stunt. We can CGI in extra frames. But look at what a disaster it was when they tried to animate Carrie Fisher in Last Jedi.
Yes.
Look at how
Star Wars.
creepy it is when you see Ian Holm in the Alien movie. You miss the soul of the person. And I know people say, well, people will just get tired of the soul. Who cares about that, right? That's an esoteric metaphysical thing. Okay, that's something that someone who comes from a really wealthy family and got into an Ivy League university and then had mommy and daddy get them a job because of their friends who happen to be studio execs, and mommy and daddy provide them venture capital. But they're not people who have that instinct to find the crazy. The best movies are not the ones that fit the Sid Field or David Trottier or Bob McKee book that tells you how to be a good screenwriter. The movies that have lasted the longest tend to be movies that were kind of marginal, but had a certain energy to it. Rocky Horror Picture Show, you look at it and it's one demented moment after another. And yet that's what makes it great. My personal favorite was Valley of the Dolls. My parents forbade me to watch it when it had its network television premiere, and I ended up working for Tony Scotti. So, so much for revenge on Mom.
He manifested that. That's what it was. He manifested that.
But bad movies, bad TV shows. Why is it that we see constant reruns of Gilligan's Islands and the Brady Bunch? You notice we don't see reruns forever of My Three Sons or Father Knows Best or even All in the Family. And yet we see endless reruns for these really marginal shows like Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie. And then you go, why this show? Why not that show? Why not Room 222? You know? I know I'm mentioning things deliberately that I don't think you know, but you know, you're trying to do, you're trying to really figure out what the magic of show business is, and the problem show business is having now is you don't have anyone who knows how to make the magic, because you don't have somebody who can look at a script and go, you know what, this script's pretty darn awful, but there's this one scene in it that is just fantastic. Well, let's bring the writer in. Let's talk to them. Let's find out how they have this perfect scene in it. And then maybe they'll back us into what could be a great movie or TV show.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Jennifer asks, have you seen the Bigfoot AI vlogs? He's gaining popularity, primed for a future movie contract. So how would
I haven't. I'll be honest with you, I haven't. And
Dan,
here's
it's
the
okay.
problem.
It's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Here's the thing that I want to say that's really important. A mistake that people in Hollywood have made now, and there's no excuse for this because they learned this with television. There are online stars. There are premium cable / streaming stars. There are basic cable streaming stars. There's network stars. And by and large, you don't jump category. You have very rare exceptions who do successfully. Most of the time, you fit in one area and not the others. Look at what they're trying to do with TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. They're making the mistake of taking personalities and trying to transfer them into a basic cable or even a network thing. And
bigger project.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
Because they're not meant for that.
No.
It's just like with when you look at a lot of these successful TV shows like Seinfeld. How many of the people from Seinfeld were able to translate into a feature film? I mean, Julia Louis-Dreyfus now, but you know, it's how many decades after?
Yeah.
Or Ed O'Neill. Look at how he was a great actor, and then because of Married with Children, when they stupidly put him in the drama version of the FBI, people thought it was a parody, and he can't be a good actor. That's why he ended up on Modern Family because he's too small screen. Nothing wrong with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like he can pull like a cameo like in Wayne's World. He put his short.
He was great. Yeah, he was great.
That's some of my most favorite lines in the whole damn movie.
Will Smith jumped from TV to film to YT. Yes. Again, Will Smith was a very unique case, and he actually started in the rap world and then got TV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then from TV he became movie star. And trust me, him moving
and what I like about how
is a whole different reason.
I like how he got into from music to TV because he was like he owed like millions to fucking IRS to the IRS, and he was kind of forced to do the TV show. It was crazy. Like his hand was forced.
That's what I didn't remember, but yeah, I'll believe it. Look,
he didn't make any money till I think season 4. The first 2 seasons were just to pay off his bill. But yeah, he was forced into it because he couldn't make the money to pay it back with rap, so you got tossed in a TV show, and he like you say, he's a rare diamond in the rough.
Yeah, he's the exception, not the.
And then he was able to transfer the movie. Yeah, he just had that personality you wanted to see.
Bruce Willis started out in his first couple movies, Blind Date and Sunset. People were like, okay, he's done. And to the point where when Die Hard was coming out, they were panic-stricken because people were really anti-Bruce Willis at that point, and then that totally remade him.
and he had just had, was it Hudson? He had Hudson Hawk before
Yes,
that.
the whole
Hudson
YouTube
Hawk
rewind.
and
Yes.
yeah, I
mean,
can't remember the other one.
I can't believe YouTube, after all of its success, you realize YouTube's worth $400 billion all by itself. You can put pretty much all of Hollywood together, not including their other businesses. But and it's still, YouTube's still bigger. And yet they keep burning themselves down. And they don't have the excuse that Susan Wojcicki is forcing them to anymore. No, because she's dead. But instead, they're still. I know I got no heart. But,
Totally cool, Dan. On this show, that's fine.
Look at what she did. That whole thing. Oh no, we're going to be competition with Netflix, ignoring the fact that they were beating Netflix. And you go, what's wrong with you? Are you that determined to become part of the cocaine and Canape parties? To where you're willing to burn down something that's more successful than what you want to be? It was just
one of the
stunning.
truck fuel, huh?
Oh yeah, Dan. Sean wants to know about the lore behind truck fuel. If that used to be in the budgets back in the day. What truck fuel was and how it got in the budget.
Oh, you mean the drug? Okay,
yes.
All right. Okay, there's two,
the drug,
there's two definitions for that. One of them used to be the European co-productions. A lot of the original European co-productions would always shoot a scene in Switzerland. And one of the reasons that you would shoot a scene in Switzerland is that you could bring them in film trucks, and film trucks tended to not be inspected. So you could bring in drugs tied in with the camera equipment and empty film reels and all of that. So it was a great way to make a little bit of extra cash. If you're talking about the Simpson and Bruckheimer back in the days of Top Gun and Days of Thunder, that was something that you just added to the budget because everyone on the set was on coke. And
those are two of my favorite movies.
Put it in the budget.
Those are two of my favorite movies, Top Gun and Days of Thunder.
A lot of times you would put it in the art department because the art department budget is the most unknown territory, because how do you really know how much something costs? Let's say that you want to have a prop that's a 1940s fan. Now, does someone know that instead of paying $400 for a completely restored 1940s fan that then been set dressed to look old, that you didn't just go to some thrift shop and buy one for $1, pay the guy $50 and have him write you a receipt for $400? You know, that's kind of how this stuff worked. You would hide it in the art department. Or you'd hide it under catering or something like that. You'd hide it under a special event or promotional material for press junket. And you'd hide it in per diem. Yes, Bruce Willis would have been, except that now I think he's too far gone on all of that.
It's sad
really, because, I mean, I saw Moonstruck and all that in real time. So Moonlight. So when you're watching it in real time and then the person becomes such a wreck, it's really sad.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he had his demented moments when he was doing Color of the Night and running around naked and going, why are you doing this, Bruce?
It's a wild movie. Wild movie.
On the topic of Bruce Willis, can I ask a question? So he has dementia. He's no longer doing movies and whatnot. However, he could theoretically be doing movies forever, right? They scanned his body, they have his voice, and he signed over the rights to essentially his existence. I imagine his family will probably get a stipend from it. But how does that work? I mean, is that new? Is that a new thing where they can just throw Bruce Willis in the AI machine or in a computer and go make another movie?
This has been an issue since the 80s, and it doesn't work the way they want. Let me answer this question first from Spud's 1964. If you look at every John Landis, Ivan Reitman, Harold Ramis film, they let their actors let loose, be it Animal House, Caddyshack. Yes, this is old school filmmaking. You get people who are great. You have your script. Yes, you have your script supervisor there taking all the notes and being driven crazy, but you allow it to be better because you have that energy that comes from being in the moment, seeing how the chemistry between the actors work, something you can't predict until you're actually filming it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that you can't do when every single thing you're doing has so much CGI in it or so much Unreal
Can't go off
Engine
script with that. Yeah.
that you can't possibly make it work. I
Yeah.
want to see DRI hire remake of Terminator.
She made DEI, but I think they already did that movie with Dark Fate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the
Oh,
trick.
it was so bad.
Here's the trick with diversity,
fuck.
equity, and inclusion. One of the problems with that is that DEI has, in its basics, which is just the D and the I. E is the dirty letter, but the D and the I have been part of Hollywood all the way back to the silent era, where you had Sessue Hayakawa being a romantic lead, where you had Rudolph Valentino coming in, where in the 1930s, yes, you had a very brought down Black performers, but you had a worshiping of the talent at the same time, and you had the studios trying to make things better within what they were capable of doing at that time. People forget that when you look at movies that were made in the 20s and 30s, that most of the glamorous stars you see in them and most of the people who were making them grew up without houses. They grew up maybe without most of them without electricity. So they grew up in a very different world where you didn't go more than 5 to 20 miles from your house. So you didn't get to meet other people. And even if you were in a city like New York, if you were living on Mott Street, you really didn't go to the Little Italy. You just didn't. And you would take the A train up and go slumming and go to the Apollo, right? You had that happening, but it really was something where you appreciated the talent. You weren't quite accepting them the same way you as a bigwig would be. But don't forget, with Hollywood, one of the problems that the stars had, Mary Pickford and the studio heads, one of the problems they had is they could not buy property on Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill is where the rich people of Los Angeles lived. The border of Los Angeles was Western Avenue. I know people laugh at that. Western Avenue is nowhere near. But so they went out to what was called no man's land, where there was this old hunting lodge, and that became Pickfair, and that became Beverly Hills. So you have that whole thing where you had outsiders driving the business.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's been the biggest issue. And I know you, Dan, you and I have talked about this at length. Is the stupidest and the worst thing that Hollywood ever did was letting the fox in the henhouse. Was letting Wall Street come in and just absolutely wreck everything. Basically corporatize the industry to a large extent.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Apocalypse Stick? Who were you talking about here?
Stan Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Stan Lee.
Oh, come on. Stan Lee was had elder abuse, just like Mickey Rooney, where you had nefarious people taking care of him at the end of his life.
Yeah. I had gone to a Comic-Con and he was there, and he was at his signing table, and I think it was like he was either not supposed to be there or he was like in between his signing times. The dude looked dead. I legitimately almost walked up to him to check his pulse. Like we were walking by, and like, oh shit, Stan Lee! But I almost went up to him to check his pulse because he was just like slumped over, just there, and no one was around.
That's brutal.
No handler, no nobody. He was just there.
No, it's brutal what happens to these stars when they get older, because they are pushed out there when they shouldn't be. If you ever see the Alfred Hitchcock AFI Lifetime Achievement Award, you can tell his last speech was recorded separately from that evening because he is not there. And you see it in other people. Whenever you see these stars rolled out, you're going, oh, why did you do this? So it's actually very creepy. Now, going back to your question about animating somebody who is alive right now, this has been ongoing since the 1980s, when digital effects were first coming out there, and they used public domain footage of Elvis Presley singing a song for a pizza company. I don't remember what the brand was, and Fred Astaire dancing on the ceiling with a vacuum cleaner. And the states of those people sued, which is how that became something where you could license someone's image. But even in commercials, it's creepy as heck. There was a Dove commercial, which is chocolate, with Audrey Hepburn, where they're playing Moon River. They take footage from Sabrina, and they animate her seeing a guy in a car, and you're going, oh my God, she's 40 years older than him. This is creepy as heck. And you see her eating the chocolate, and it's really creepy. They were going to make a movie with all CGI'd James Dean, and that got pretty far down the line before I think they nixed it. I didn't hear they finished it, but I know they started it. So I think that's still a bridge too far. I don't ever hear someone seeing an animated dead person and saying, and not saying it's creepy. Peter Cushing, yeah, he's from horror movies and all that, but still, you see him, you see him animated, and you're going, Carrie Fisher, no, because we know them, we know their every subtle nuance, and then you blow it up to a big screen, and the uncanny valley is insurmountable. So, and think about how you would have someone like Geraldine Page, who she would do 15 takes, and every one of them would be legitimate and completely different. And she'd say, which one do you like more, if in case you need me to do it again? That's why you hire actors and pay them so much, because they have that specialness to them. And sometimes you look at their younger performances and you can get a different view. Like Elizabeth Taylor was never thought of as a great actress until she did Virginia Woolf, and until she had her later really crazy movies like X, Y, and Z and Secret Ceremony. But then after you see those and you go back and look at something ridiculous like Elephant Walk, and you go, you know what? Her performance here is a lot more interesting than I thought, because she had this sense of, now that you've seen her as an older woman who had this, you look back at her younger thing and say, I see that sense of anger in her, that sense that no one's taking her seriously because she's pretty and that she has a bad voice, and she's mad about it. And it comes through, and it makes her performance more lively. And then you can remember that she's 14 years old, and she goes up to Louis V. Mayer, who's yelling at her mother, and she goes, well, F you, Mr. Mayer. And then Mayer goes, oh my God, this 14-year-old just stood up to me. I think she's going to be our next big star, and she was. So you have all of this stuff. This is magic. How do you recreate that? How do you recreate it in an algorithm? Again, you can do a commercial. You can do a brief thing for Walmart where you have someone sitting in front of a Christmas tree with their multi-ethnic family, and it's all fine, but it doesn't connect with you. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't get you.
They don't look like they connect. Yeah, like you said, they don't. When you bring, I guess, people like that for like a short commercial, I've noticed this. It feels forced. Like they feel like they're uncomfortable around each other. It doesn't feel natural.
Gina, you look like you are dying to say something. What is it that you want to say?
Me? Oh, I'm reading. I'm looking at the chat and everything like that. But what is like the funniest thing that has ever happened to you on set?
I wasn't really on set. I was a suit. I was the villain. I'd be there in the office looking at the scripts, looking at the dailies, doing all that, writing notes, complaining about this, that, and the other. And I had a good relationship with the producers, because they knew that when I would write my little reports that they were sarcastic, because what am I going to do? You have a hit show. I'm not going to meddle with you. My job is to make your life easier. So if you accidentally say something that's going to get Procter and Gamble angry, I'll mention it. If there's a line that I'm afraid Hasselhoff's going to want to steal from another actor, I would warn. I think Hasselhoff's going to want to steal this line. They all knew he would anyway. But you'd want to have it at least documented somewhere. So the funniest thing I ever worked on was, and they're always nightmares. It was a show where when we were pitching, it was a British format, and it was called, I'm not going to remember the original title of it, but it was a show where it was like a quiz show, but you asked questions that no one could know. Like the host would say, "Am I wearing boxers or briefs?" Well, there's no way of knowing it unless you kind of met them behind the wall, right? But you wouldn't know, and so there was no way that you could win. And what ended up happening is we were pitching it, and we had Jill Schwartz. She was like the most fantastic pitcher. Her dad was Al Schwartz, who did all the Dick Clark shows, and so she was Hollywood royalty, and she was the best pitcher. She'd go in there and she'd start a talk, and she'd be completely natural, and she'd drop a line, and she'd follow it up with and just reading the other person's body language. And so we were talking about Fluke, is what the name of the show was. So we were talking about Fluke, and it had been kind of a hit in England. So we're talking about Fluke, and she goes, "Well, I'll be honest with you. It's as if we could have a chimp be one of the contestants and they could win." And the guy that we were pitching to said, "I love it."
Oh, wow.
We thought, "Oh, this is great." And then he goes, "What kind of chimp do you think we can get?" And Jill turned to me and said, "I think I just fucked this up. We have to shoot a game show with potentially 170 episodes with a chimp." So we did a pilot, and it was
which exists, by the way, and I've seen it.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, not only is that title absolutely obscene, but you look at it and you go, all right, every single person on this must be nuts. And yeah, we were, because we're like, oh my God, we have got to get out of this. This is horrifying. And Tonga is this really great chimp. He was really well trained, but he's a chimp. So that means you can't get the reaction that you want necessarily every single time. And so it was just thank God they said no. But yeah, that was one of the memorable moments for me. was to go through that. And you'll have a lot of those, where you're trying to shoot something and something just goes wrong, or you're doing a run through and you suddenly realize the game doesn't work. Or Mom's Mysterious Mayhem. Tell Dan this is great information, makes a lot of sense. Much respect. Thank you very much.
That's Gina. Gina is Mom's Mystery Mayhem.
It's wonderful working on these types of shows. I mean, Michael had a lot of experiences working on Celebrity Apprentice. Has he told you all those stories? Like doing
hold on, wait, hold on, Dan. I'm not saying this crew. I'm not saying the people on this panel, but there are people that we know who do not believe the shit that I've been through, and that's okay. So yes, I have told some stories especially about Celebrity Apprentice. Yes.
Well, yeah, one story in particular. One miss.
Why would I lie about that? And then no. I know. I just said no one on this panel. Okay. I don't. This panel is fine. I don't. There are people outside the panel, yes, that don't believe it, but everyone on this panel, pretty much.
No, that's what's so fun about the entertainment industry, is that you're always running into weird stuff. Now, when we went to Baywatch Hawaii, now, of course, my parents are Hawaiian, and I didn't know this at the time, but all of a sudden, my cousin calls me, and he goes, Dan, or Sho, because that's my Japanese name, Sho, you're working on Baywatch, aren't you? And I said, yeah, and we're going to come to Hawaii. So, yeah, you're going to get to see me and all of that. And he goes, you know what I'm doing now, don't you? And I said, no, Kurt, I thought you were a lawyer. I know you helped Mr. Nakata with his thing. And he goes, no, I'm working at the tax board and I'm putting together the tax incentive. And when Baywatch was first going to Hawaii, the location manager, Donnie Dawson, was really worried. And then Kurt told her, no, you got to meet my cousin Sho. And he's actually on Baywatch. And I met her, and she and I got along really well. She took me to all these locations.
Who was the sweetest on Baywatch?
Huh?
Who was the sweetest?
I got to tell you, all of the actors on it, and I know this is not fun, they were all really pretty professional. Most of them passed the LA lifeguard exam.
Oh, wow.
So they were serious. I mean,
Really?
yeah,
That's
you
the
had
real thing?
really good-looking people. You
Yeah.
had Michael Bergen.
Yeah,
You
dude.
had and sometimes they, actors always are going to have a little bit of ego, but considering the amount of horrors I've heard on other people's shows, nah. Yeah, Hasselhoff could sometimes be a diva. David Hasselhoff. He's on Young and Restless. He was on Knight Rider. He's the reason we
Knight
have the
Rider.
show going in Germany. He had
Superstar.
every reason to be a diva. He also treated people on the set well.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You told me about that. That he
Yeah, he would remember
would-
first,
yeah,
or his assistant would tell him, and he would do the noblesse oblige thing, and he would sometimes be a pain in the rear end, and he would say, and he would always have alcohol issues. But I gotta tell you, during the off season, during hiatus, he would drink, gamble, go completely out of shape, and then about 3 months before the show would come back, he would lock himself down and he would get himself in perfect shape. Remember, he's 6'4", and when you're 6'4", the camera corrects everyone to 5'8". That's why shorter women look very statuesque and very voluptuous. Tall men look fat. You need short guys to photograph really muscular. And so Hasselhoff would always have to be almost to the point when you'd see him in real life. He and George Clooney, you'd see them in real life and you go, oh my God, they must be sick. They're so skinny. But they have to be, because otherwise their musculature makes them look hefty.
Is that how the camera adds 10 pounds or whatever that
The camera can add 10 pounds, but that's why Tom Cruise, who's shorter, the camera corrects him up. So that's why he looks so stocky and built, because he's shorter. You know how that works for porno. But this stuff really it
Funny
really
how
does
the porno got in there, huh?
See, Chad, I'm not fat. It's the camera.
Who's gonna pitch the
Gina, why did you do that? Don't
Because
do
it's hilarious.
that. No, it's not. No, it's not.
But yeah, again, I mean, I think it's a mistake what they're doing with the new Baywatch, because they want to take it to Australia and have Australia double for California, and that's not going to work. People know what California beaches look like and what California light looks like, and Australia's beaches are actually a lot nicer in terms of color because of the light, because California light is very diffused. So it's not going to look like California. Plus,
It's also filled with death.
Going to have the Aussie accent in all the supporting players. And I already had the nightmare of working on a show called Sirens, which was about police officers in Pittsburgh, and it was shot in Quebec. So every single villain and supporting player had a French accent.
I feel like you hate me and my country. My goodness.
I mean, it was what it was. We had to hire locally.
God. Next, you're going to be like, can you believe it? These cunts have bagged milk.
So this is all. I mean, and
Or
look how
Darnell.
I mean, the last film I worked on was The Resurrected, and was directed by Dan O'Bannon. I mean, Dan O'Bannon was, of course, the guy who was the co-writer on Alien and Total Recall. And he was a fascinating person, but his health, he should not have directed the movie. The doctor should never have cast him, because he eventually died of stomach cancer, and that's what he had, and so he was on very, very strong medication. So he was not at his best. I mean, the movie is what it is. It came at a bad time, but and so it's not what it should have been. But it was still a real honor working on it, and seeing what can happen when something goes wrong in post, because it was never quite correct as a script. So no matter what you're going to do, you're always fighting that battle of something being incoherent, at least emotionally incoherent. We didn't do a lot of reshoots, but one of the reasons why, when you look at a lot of the new movies and they reshoot a ton, they shouldn't. I don't know where Hollywood suddenly decided that they didn't trust market research. Market research, I saw so many fascinating things when I was working on that. I said, I wish I'd done this before I did development, because Baywatch was saved by market research twice, and it's amazing how much it can, especially on a long-term show, it can force you to refocus. It can tell you exactly what you're doing wrong, and it's also really humbling, because what'll happen is you're doing these small interview groups with people. I'm an occasional watcher, and they will come up with details, and you go, you're an occasional watcher. You realize you're quoting things in the show that those of us who worked on it don't remember. That's how these market research things can snap you into reality. And the biggest lesson I learned is that if something has one item in it that's stopping people from definitely recommending it, you can fix it. If it has a ton of things wrong with it, you cannot fix it. So do not reshoot. Cut your losses. Make it as short as possible. Get it out there as soon as possible, and don't spend any more money. Every dollar you spend in a reshoot, you have to anticipate that you can make $5 additional back. So if you're spending $100 million on reshoots, the way they did with Captain America, half a point more.
Dan, this is something I fucking harp on this show all the goddamn time. Like, why do you spend? So first of all, the budget is already bloated to begin with. $200 million, $300 million, whatever the fuck, and then all of a sudden,
absolutely. The Laurel Canyon cult. Don't forget that was a prime Manson era.
Oh yeah,
and
you
been had the
to
devil
the fucking,
worshippers living there. You had all this other craziness going on.
You've been there. You've been to the ranch, right, or whatever, when it was still.
Yeah,
there.
I went down Spawn Ranch. My friend Will and I were really crazy when we were at USC. We would sneak on the Spawn Ranch, which was still there. I mean, the buildings weren't there, but it was vacant at that time. And we went in the back and trespassed, and we're way past the statute of limitations. We trespassed and saw all the rocks where you would say Tex loves Sadie and all that other stuff. And we actually saw the house. We saw the Cello Drive house, and it was a small house. It wasn't that big.
Yeah.
And this is before Nine Inch Nails bought it and tore it down. But we were really creepy. And one of my teachers at USC lived right across from La Bianca, where the La Bianca house was. The whole cult of Laurel Canyon. You had I sold a house on, because I also have a real estate license. Trust me, as an Asian, you never have only one job. As Grandma Callis used to say, no more have just one job. You have one job, you have crazy boss, you no more can do nothing. Have many jobs, your boss look at you crazy, you can say go hell. And so I had a real estate license when I was the vice president, and so it was funny as all get out. But
I'm
what-
laughing because my grandmother's boyfriend said that to me not even like a month ago.
what, to have more than one job?
Yeah, it's good advice.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
you know, my
kids were
mom
asking
grew
me,
up
like,
when
15 things, and I was like,
Hawaii was still a sunset town. They had to be out of Hawaii Kai and all that by 7 p.m.
yeah.
So yeah, and you know, so Grandma Kawafuchi went from being a sugarcane farmer to, by the time she died, she owned 4 properties.
Jesus
So she did
Christ.
darn well for someone who said, "Oh, I'm going to escape from Hiroshima because I'm the second daughter of a family with only daughters, and that means I'm going to be the geisha." I don't think so. I'm going to get on a boat, go marry a gay guy in Hawaii, and eventually become a land baroness. And she did.
That's one hell of a plan.
So
Damn, what did
yeah,
I
I
do
mean,
wrong?
my family's a matriarchy. You know, all these
Well,
powerful women and
Gina, you need to marry gay. That's the thing. You gotta marry a gay dude.
I gotta marry a gay
Oh,
dude.
Yeah.
exactly.
don't give
Well,
don't
I mean,
give
you know, back then everyone got married to it was arranged marriage, so who cared?
don't give
You
Daniel
know,
Clancy hope.
and my grandpa was a cook at the leper colony, and that's where my mom was born.
Huh.
That would be
So-
that would be a nightmare couple to put out if you actually married fucking Dan. Oh God, if you married
Bostonian
fucking
with an
Clancy.
Australian?
Oh my God.
That
All
would
right,
be
so, if we can just circle back for a minute about the reshoots. So is what you're suggesting Superman is doomed then?
No, not necessarily, because if it's testing well, you can fix it. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I didn't like it for the specific reason that I've read so many books about the Manson murders.
Yeah.
And the new one that came out is really something. The Manson Files, the new edition of it, it'll blow your mind because now that most of the people are dead, you are getting all of the inside connections, and they revealed some pretty nasty
Yes.
stuff.
Dan, you told me a big one that I had no fucking idea. Jack Nicholson. That was the party house.
Jack Nicholson wasn't involved with Tate LaBianca, but Jack Nicholson had the other party house. Jack Nicholson's party house was on Malibu, and he was living with Jennifer Salt and come on Dan, Margot Kidder, and that was the party house. That's where Roman Polanski eventually was kind of framed, and trust me, look, Roman Polanski was thrown out of the country at the same time. You had, or a little bit after, you had Don Johnson sleeping with Melanie Griffith when she was 13.
Yeah.
No one said a word.
You didn't know that?
no.
I think you just blew his mind.
I mean, Hollywood's always been full of pedophiles. Charlie Chaplin first met Lita Gray
Yeah.
when she was 7 years old, and he
Elvis
married her when she
Presley.
was 15.
Yeah.
And when she divorced him, she introduced the whole concept of oral sex to the flappers of the era, because she said inhuman acts. And
I cannot be the only one
including-
listening to
including Colecchio.
1996 dial-up sounds right now. My brain is broken.
I mean, and this has always been there. You know, Shirley Temple. She goes in for a meeting with Arthur Freed, and he opens up his pants on her.
That's how
Louis
the
B.
dirty
Mayer,
Shirley was
when
born.
Garland was still a teenager around the time she was singing "Dear Mr. Gable" or Clark Gable.
Yep.
He'd have her sit on his lap. He'd grab her by the right breast, and he'd say, "This girl sings from the heart." I mean, Hollywood was full of really sick people. I mean, that
I don't
kind
think
of
that's changed
sexuality
much.
was big time there.
Dan, what do you think about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
He answered that.
He was
I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is actually a great movie. I don't like it simply because I read all the Manson books, you know, from the 70s. I mean, the Garbage People, there's some really good ones. The original version of Ed Sanders, The Family, because it really gives you how wild LA was at that time. That all the satanic cults that were down along the beaches up in what's now Canyon Country, you would have the bodies of animals that were clearly had gone through sacrificial ritual. And there's even talk of there being human bodies found there, but the LAPD could be bought off then just like it can now. And the whole Manson murder thing, the whole tie-ins to big Hollywood, because here you had Jay Sebring, the guy who was doing the haircuts, which were the equivalent of a male's haircut being almost $1,000 back in those days in adjusted dollars. And right down the street, ironically, was Ted, who's one of the Manson murderers, wig shop. Well, this was the first time that it came out that LaBianca was not just a grocer, he was a big drug. And the Mansons were the actual mules. And not only that, but they would go to the Cielo Drive house because most of the Manson girls were underage, and they'd be having sex with Hollywood luminaries and LA County bankers and politicians. And they would be filmed.
Just FYI,
from cameras upstairs.
Dan, FYI, this is high praise. I don't know if you understand how big of a compliment this is.
Oh, well, thank you.
Mr. Scott Awesome says, this is my new favorite episode. Surpasses the Knife Rider episode.
That's
you don't understand, Mr. Scott.
Yeah,
that's some lore, the whole Knife Rider thing.
Yeah,
but
that's high praise, my friend.
That's high praise. People are really digging for the things that you're saying. So
I mean, the Manson murders were fascinating because they exemplified all of the corruption of LA.
Yeah,
all the cover-ups.
Yep.
I mean, Vincent Bugliosi was brought in because Bugliosi, LaBianca, they wanted to keep this on the DL. Why would you give a fairly new DA such an important case, right? And why would he come up with something as crazy as the Helter Skelter murder? Because to say, no, this was just a drug burn. This was really a drug burn. And the reason it was a drug burn is because Clem crashed Dennis Wilson's new car. Clem was the youngest member of the family. By the way, how come everyone was so hysterical about Susan Atkins and Leslie Van Houten, who finally did get out? Why were people getting all hysterical about that? And Clem, who was one of the murderers, was let out decades ago. Is it because he was a guy and it's not as fun as the woman?
Mm.
But either way, it turned out there was all a big drug dealing thing. Steve Parent, the kid who was over there that night, he and William Garretson were tricking with some Hollywood stars, rumored to be Cary Grant. I don't think it was, but I mean, Randall Scott lived by them, and that's another possibility. But yeah, it's just how connected it was. The Manson women were there because they were underage. They could get the video of this. The LAPD got all of that video footage after the murder, and they had blackmail on everyone. Why do you think Roman, if he was thrown out of town, they said, "You did this to us, Roman. You're out."
Yeah, he kind of pooped on the party for everyone, unfortunately.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was the real reason why he, kind of got ran out.
I mean, the underage stuff, come on. It's sick.
Is that why nobody really cares that he did the things that he allegedly did? No one really cares because he didn't actually do them?
The problem was they did. It's just like with the whole Weinstein thing. How come no one ever talks about the fact that the Weinstein story broke after Malia Obama was his intern? It was right after. I don't think that Weinstein was crazy enough to put a hand on Malia, but I think this is Dan's theory. This has nothing to do with reality. But I just conjecture that she saw him having his 4 o'clock appointments, the same way studio heads have done since time immemorial, and she probably talked about it, and Barack Obama and Michelle said, "You realize he's our biggest bundler of cash on the West Coast. This is not a good thing if it gets out." So they had to make a strategic decision. This was something that was just too big. and that's why they took him down. The timing is too close. She's his intern, and next thing you know, he's Me Too'd.
Yep.
Oh, just real quick, Dan, I want to double check that Other Yellow isn't one of your buddy, isn't Ken or someone trolling you. I just want to double check on that.
No, he comes.
I've seen him before.
He comes
Okay.
from
Yeah, I
the
remember now. I remember now.
off label.
Okay, just
Um,
checking, just making
oh,
sure.
Yeah, he's been here before. Yeah, I'm remembering now.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
I got it.
Yeah. So why would if just again, I guess this is all speculation and hypothetical, but it's very interesting because for some reason I didn't know about that that Obama Weinstein connection. Why if what Weinstein was doing was public knowledge in the business, why would the Obamas let their daughter do such an internship?
Because they probably had no idea.
Yeah,
You know, people are having their parties at the Playboy Mansion or whatever, but you don't think you're gonna bring it in an office. But a lot of Hollywood people were at that level. Who would have thought that Matt Lauer would have an office
yeah,
that would
I forgot
automatically lock the door?
yeah,
and
I forgot about that. The
inside?
button. He had the button, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't think
I need
that you would have something like that, and you would be doing that in front of an office of how many people? That people just feel, oh, this is just part of Hollywood. Just like Scott Rudin used to throw ashtrays at people.
Ashtrays.
Yeah, he was notorious. You know, if you were able to be a Scott Rudin assistant for more than 2 weeks, everyone would congratulate you, because they knew that you had the real mojo to put up with almost anybody, because he was violent and abusive in a way that no one can be anymore, thank God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those moments. Yeah, where
Yep.
people fly off the handle, and you're like, motherfucker, like what?
No, people were on coke all the time.
Or Adderall. Well, now it's Adderall,
Fuck
or
you.
at least
Adderall.
in my
Now
day.
it's Adderall.
My day was Adderall. Now who
Yeah.
knows? I don't know what it is. I don't know if
Back
it's still
Coke.
Adderall now.
Is that
Probably,
Coke?
yeah,
back
it's
to
come
Coke's
it's
probably
come
coming
back.
back again.
full circle to Coke. Yes, probably.
Our friend Jay wants to know, and the I guess the answer is probably reasonably self-evident. But how connected is Hollywood to politics? Probably very.
Very.
Like
I mean, remember
a Venn diagram is probably a
Washington is Hollywood for ugly people, or the reverse. Hollywood's the place for good-looking corrupt people. I mean, California has always been a center of corruption in the United States, much more so than Illinois. I mean, Illinois has Chicago,
Yeah.
but California has San Francisco,
That's why.
and Sacramento, and it's got LA. I mean, it's like, what isn't there?
So that right there is why I asked about the studios moving stuff to southern states, because of all the corruption and all the stuff coming out. That was my big reason for asking. Like, do you think this is gonna stick, or it's gonna it's gonna blow over and everyone's gonna go back?
Here's the beauty of shooting in LA. Not only do you have an incredibly deep talent pool, but you also have an incredibly deep knowledge base. You are one phone call away from being able to get almost anything you could possibly want. If someone says, I need something that I need a 15th century velvet chair, you'll probably be able to get it, because the business has been here for so long that everyone knows where you can find almost anything, and you have relationships that go back decades and decades. You can actually go to museums and get museum pieces. You can actually go to heavy jewelry stores and get some of the most expensive real jewels in the world. And you can't do that in a lot of these other places, simply because the industry hasn't been there for so long. You don't have those long-standing relationships. And that really saves you a lot of time. Yeah. Imagine if you're a junior level cinematographer, you don't have an ability to just go to Panasonic or not anymore, or go to one of the camera houses and just talk to them, and then they say, oh yeah, this person will help you with that, and they'll guide you. They'll talk about they'll talk. You have people who can talk to you in depth about the difference between different lenses and why this lens is $10,000. So don't you dare take it for some low budget movie, or versus this lens, which is $1,000, but it's pretty darn good anyway. Or $100,000 lens, excuse me, where you can actually they can actually tell you how you need to shoot it, or you're dealing with cinematographers who shot any kind of stuff. You want to know how. I know it's not real, it's not deal anymore, but you wanted to talk to people about how to shoot 3D and how to make sure you would have the widest possible viewing angle. You would have at least 100 people who could explain to you the difference between a side by side and a stack, up and down, and which lenses you should use, what colors you should use. That they'd help you with all of that, because it's just an ingrained piece of knowledge. And you go out, even if you have people who are, you're not going to have your best keys out there, because in terms of the points you have, it's unlikely that you're going to risk a point to bring a cinematographer or a production designer. So you're going to hire local. And that means you're going to probably have someone who's, this is not meant as an insult, a B teamer. A B teamer is fine, but that little bit of extra makes all the difference in the world. Like, when you talk to production designers, they will go on for hours about something like Braveheart, where they'll say, oh, they had all of this correct, blah, 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 blah. But then once they get into the palace, you use cheap ass velvet. And so now the whole illusion is gone. And you're going, please, how many people could tell the difference between expensive velvet and cheap velvet? And
I don't even know what it is. What is velvet?
Soft.
What is that, velvet?
And yeah, but the thing is that you're going to sense that it's not right. And as crazy as that sounds, when you blow something up with the big picture, which drugs were most popular with each generation, I really can't say. I mean, I got to tell you, I came to Hollywood with having had parents who were in the government service, and growing up in Japan, my dad had to help people who got thrown out of the country because their kid got caught with a little bit of pot. And we're talking about really high government level people who had 48 hours to get out of the country because of what their stupid son did or daughter. So no, I was very innocent as far as that was concerned.
No, you're straight edge. That's
really?
me. Yeah,
I read
Dan is very straight edge.
when I was young.
Nice.
Yeah,
when
me and Dan kind of have that in common. Because I never
did
did.
Alcohol's as far as I'll go. I've never even smoked a
Yeah.
cigarette. Like, I won't do anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Alcohol, sure, not whatever. Have a drink now, but yeah, Dan,
Well,
barely, you don't even you don't even drink.
Remember, I was in college when all of AIDS hit. So who knew how dangerous the world was?
Yeah.
I mean, here everyone had been promised, oh, just wait till you go to college. It is going to be sexual Disneyland. It doesn't matter who you are or what you like, you're going to find it. And then all of a sudden you come out here and it's like, oh, I guess we're not going to be doing that, are we? So it had a real clamp down on pretty much my entire cohort at USC. All of us were like white knuckled. And as far as AIDS was concerned, a big percentage of the people I graduated with didn't make it to 1990.
Wow.
So yeah, that was pretty scary.
So, let's see if we can rephrase the question. You didn't do it, but with your knowledge, what was the popular ones with each generation? Did you?
You know what? Like I said, most of my career, it was cocaine and LSD and things like that. Lots of Quaaludes, lots of X.
Well, X is a party drug. X
Yeah.
It was
gets
the
you
80s,
It was the 80s.
popping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
X
And
was
no, I mean,
popular when
after
I was in
work,
high school.
after work, I mean, after work, you go for drinks, then you go for dinner with a different group of people, then you go check out some acts, and then you would have the crazy part of your group, the ones who didn't have 5 scripts to read overnight. They would go out and they'd take X, they'd take Coke, they'd be lit up. And they'd come in the morning and they'd still have the party thing on their wrist. That wasn't a joke, by the way. When you hear people talk about that, people really did. They'd be wearing the same clothes they were wearing last night, because they didn't get home until 4:00, because you had bars close at 2, but then you have the after hours clubs.
Yeah.
And yes, we had to a couple of times bail people out of jail because they were at one of these after-hour clubs and they got arrested.
Who hasn't had to
And
bail
those
out a
stay out
buddy?
of the notes, or those go in the notes?
Oh no. We're talking about people in the office. We're not talking about crazy people on the set.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking about the offices being a hotbed of Peyton Place melodrama going on between office employees.
Who is the most scandalous, sneaky couple?
I know who that Dan. I think I know who that is.
Michael actually knows who
Yeah,
a couple of the really wild ones were. Let's just put it this way: there were a couple of people who traded wives during the course of the time we were there, meaning they
as one does.
divorced their spouses and married each other. 2 couples.
Yep.
It was like the Office scandal. It kept all of us amused.
I've seen a few times where I live that people have done that the last 20 years. It's crazy.
Just like
It's even
Switch?
funnier when one of them was sitting outside the office of the other one. Talk about being uncomfortable.
Wow.
Hmm.
That's
So like the office folk were just as crazy as the set folk then.
Absolutely. Well, you got to remember, in the days before smartphones, people were wild. When I was working when I was temporarily during the '88 strike, I got a job at a real estate firm across the street from me, and I was just word processing. I had no idea I was going to eventually get a license. And what ended up happening is we would, because I would always go there at night and be the little elf who would get the work done by the morning, and they loved me for that. But it was funny because the downstairs guys were always calling us and say, "Hey, come on down right now," and we would always go downstairs because that meant that somebody was having sex in the hallway, and we'd be like, "Oh my God, we can't believe people are doing this. Don't they realize there's cameras all over the place?" And yeah, people would go in the stairwell and have little nooners. And no idea that there were the cameras there. And, this is a real estate firm. So you had people who would do anything to close a deal.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, look at Robert Chavez doing this again.
So what happened?
All over the place.
Right.
Cell phones have shut people down really a lot.
Look, I'm 45, and I have this conversation a lot of times, especially with my kids. They're like, "Dad, did y'all do stuff like this when I was a kid?" I said, "Guys, we didn't have cameras everywhere. If we had cameras, I probably wouldn't have lived to be your dad.
Yeah.
I probably would not be free in public."
Yeah.
Oh, the things I've done.
Right. We have cameras everywhere. Now it's like you can't do anything.
Yep. Correct. Quigley is
Yeah.
correct.
I mean, if there were security cameras all over the place, Will and I would have gone to jail because of what we were doing in at Spawn Ranch. Going trespassing and going all over the back areas. You can't do that now.
No.
Payphone affairs.
It's so easy to sneak into movies and shit and all kinds of stuff. Back sign diving was big in the 90s, where people have their election signs. You'd run and dive through the sign. You go to jail. You go to jail for that. That's destruction of property. But we had no cameras everywhere, so we'd get away with it.
Well, even
Stealing
the
street
Hollywood
signs.
sign. You used to be able to go up to the Hollywood sign.
You were never able to do it legally, but trust me, it was much easier in the past.
Yeah, no,
because
but
you
it was
held up
easier.
flying
Back
over
in the
it.
day, you just took to not only get up there, but then go actually get behind the fucking sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
The real double dog dares that people used to do was this was back when they used to have the bug spray going on. Because security was low right before the whirlybirds would come through and drop the malathion, people would go up to the Hollywood sign then and take pictures.
Yeah.
And before Runyon Canyon became Runyon Canyon, it was an abandoned property. And people would go there all the time. It was from a coffee era or something like that. And when we used to go there, it still had the platform or the foundation for the house and the swimming pool and the really falling apart tennis courts. So it was a lot of fun because you would always run into crazy and you know, this was when we all thought we weren't going to get murdered. And yet we were doing all this stuff that could have easily gotten us killed.
Oh yeah, my kids today, they freaked out. One of my good buddies came over and we were talking about how my son was like, "What did y'all used to do when we were little?" I'm like, "Someone come up, you'd eat your breakfast. Mom and dad would say, 'Here, get the hell out of the house, come back for supper.'"
Yeah.
We'd walk 3 miles to a friend's house or go 3 miles to Walmart and eat the samples for lunch because, you know, mom kicked you out of the house. And what? You go that far? Yeah, man, we go 3 miles away. Just take off.
Of course. You didn't care, and you got lost all the time. And you'd have to be really embarrassed and go up to the cop and ask him where, you know.
I hitchhiked a few times.
My brother did at 8 years old. He hitchhiked 3 towns over.
It's amazing you're not dead.
He didn't want to make his own sandwich because he ran away. He hitchhiked. No, but I leave the house. I live in a rural area. You leave the house with a machete, you know, on your belt, a backpack with a compass, a crudely drawn map, and a sandwich, and you were gone for the day.
What is this?
You didn't come home.
Is it
That's how it was when I was little. We'd go, we'd find.
It's like a crayon.
Yeah, crudely drawn. Like I draw behind my house had like 3 pastures of trees, but one was our horse pasture, and like 2 other ones. We were just going through the woods and like playing army and shit, and cutting like fruit out of the trees to eat, or cutting other stuff to eat, and it's like that was
Oh yeah, we used to walk.
Yeah, where all the bathrooms were that were easy to get to.
Yes.
You know, so we were fine. It was all cash. You know, no one had credit cards back then.
Or if you knew an old lady who had grandkids and would love to see the little kids, oh, she can give us cookies. We can go get cookies for lunch. You go to her house, knock on the door, and she'd give you a plate of fresh baked cookies.
Oh yeah, you were watched over by the neighborhood though. If you were doing anything naughty, boy, you know, the old ladies would come and get you.
Oh, my grandmother has a business here in town, and I'll never forget when I made out with my boyfriend behind the town hall. Came home, she was sitting there tapping her fingernails. She's like, "So, what happened today?" And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." She was like, "At the town hall," and I was like, "Oh, damn it!" Like,
wait, was this? Hold on, Gina. Was this the one that called you a Jezebel, or was this a different?
No, that was her mom.
Oh, that was her mom. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she knew before I even got home what was happening, what I was doing, what I was getting in trouble for.
After that Jezebel stuff.
That's the Italian way.
When you would have the elders in the neighborhood, we're not much younger than I am now, but the elders in the neighborhood would hang around and they would accuse you of doing naughty stuff, and they would
Mrs. Kravitz.
Because you were a kid outside.
Yeah.
You're doing this. No, it's the kids from the other street. We saw them. It's you.
Yeah.
And you don't think I recognize you don't think I recognize that same red shirt? You wear that thing all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. I used to get in trouble a lot.
Yep. Well, I believe that. 100%.
My dad would beat my ass. I wouldn't get in trouble at all. I was scared to death.
Oh, my grandma had a wooden spoon, and if I was really bad, she'd wet the back of it.
Oh, yeah.
Never left a bruise. 20 minutes, you had a red spot. After that, it was gone.
You Jezebel.
Yep.
Yep.
You wonder how our folks knew this. Now, I know you wanted to talk about F1.
Yeah. Oh, well, Sean loves that movie.
Oh, I love the sport in general. I mean, we don't have to do the notes if you're happy just to keep sharing all of your stories, because
no. I wanted to bring up F1 because F1 is one of those projects Michael will tell you, I thought it was going to bomb. And the reason I thought it was going to bomb is that since Wally Reed in the 1920s, another person who died of drug problems, but Wally Reed in the 1920s, no dramas about racing, specifically about racing, have been considered safe bets, because they took down every single big star. Every one of these movies would underperform. Drive underperformed. Days of Thunder underperformed. The Paul Newman movie Winning underperformed. The Steve McQueen movie Le Mans underperformed. And there used to be this general thought that the reason you could make comedies were fine, and goofball movies like Cannonball Run or
Rush.
Furious, no problem. But when you're
Rush
Rush
didn't monetarily did not do well. It's a good movie, but monetarily did not do well. He's talking about Rush.
Yeah, they were monetarily bombed. John Frankenheimer's career was going gangbusters. Then he made Grand Prix and it was over. So race movies and diving movies were considered potential box office poison. So because and the idea behind it, and this was a Baywatch discussion, was that you can't see the performer's face. So the audience feels it's phony. They know it's stock footage because you can tell it's not the star in it, not even a reasonable facsimile stunt person. So that keeps people distanced from it. And it was true for 100 years. I mean, think about it. You know, when they were doing Days of Thunder, they thought, "Oh my God, we're following up on Top Gun," and then it didn't do well. Same with the Rennie Harlin movie. And plus, we were doing a 1-hour drama called Lean Angle that was being executive produced by Rennie Harlin, and boy, was that a nightmare. Rennie Harlin is one of those directors who should never have cut his hair. He's like Samson. The moment you cut his hair, he no longer looked unique. And because of that, for some reason, it was perceived, and maybe it was true, maybe he never had talent, but it was perceived he lost his talent once he cut his hair, because that's what he was known for.
Source of his power.
Yeah. And then he did that racing movie, and it totally died. Sylvester Stallone. So yeah, so I'm very happy to hear this worked, because I remember when Drive came out, that everyone thought that was going to be a big hit, and it died too. So
they took the making of the F1
yes,
movie.
James Garner definitely did most of his own stunts. He's the one who shamed Paul Newman into doing it, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Paul Newman was inspired by him, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They took the F1 movie almost abnormally serious, because Mercedes built 2 new F1 cars. However, so they were genuine, real F1 cars. The power might not have been turned all the way up to 11 like a real car is, but for all intents and purposes, they were actual F1 cars. And Brad Pitt actually drove the car and had proper, genuine F1 training. And then you would watch a race. You would watch a real race, an actual race. You're so pumped, and then you're like, "Whoa! Why is there 22 cars on the starting grid?" Oh yeah, because they stuck these other cars on there to have a really good, genuine beginning of a race. And you're like, "Wow! They're making the film while doing real races. This is ridiculous." And then you'd finish watching the race, and then they would be interviewing a race car driver, and you just nonchalantly see Brad Pitt walk up and talk to the media, and you're like, "What the hell's Brad Pitt doing there?" And it's like the most like it's so real without it actually being. I'm so excited. I don't get out much, but I am so pumped to see it.
You're like a little kid who just tried to explain their Christmas morning to me.
I know. I'm so pumped. Yeah.
If they capture it, that's great, because we could always use a renaissance in a genre that has not had a renaissance at all. What movie would Dan not like to see ever be remade? You know what? It's at the point right now that they're going to remake anything. I mean,
Back to the
Disney
Future.
was willing to
Oh,
remake,
don't put that
remake
in the
Snow White. It
fucking.
was over.
Oh God.
Well,
damn it.
They
no.
were willing to tarnish their one thing that you thought, no, you don't want to touch this one. I mean, I would like to say I don't think they would dare remake Wizard of Oz or Gone with the Wind, but you never know.
I think Back to the Future actually has a protection in its contract,
It
that
does.
they cannot remake it.
Yeah.
Zemeckis has it in his contract that
As-
it
Thank
cannot.
until he
But how
dies,
many
they
years
can't.
is that? That's you know this.
No, I
Isn't
think
it
he has
perpetuity?
it, I think he has it that you can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ever.
Ever.
Oh,
ever.
okay. I was
Perpetuity.
thinking maybe it's like 100 years or something.
No,
you
it's
know,
ever.
Oh,
Same
oh.
thing with Blazing Saddles. I don't think Blazing Saddles will ever get remade.
Well, Blazing Saddles is a totally different reason. I can't
So-
believe that you know there's two movies that I can't believe people take all of a sudden get all bent out of shape about it. It's Blazing Saddles and Tropical Thunder. When Tropical Thunder came out, everyone knew that it was a joke on
Hollywood.
how on how brazen and abusive Hollywood is
Yep.
toward its non-Caucasian performers, and that was part of the joke in it. And now people are acting as if it was serious. It's just like with Friends. When I show Friends, or when I talk about Friends, when I'm teaching my history of television class,
I love Friends.
people keep saying, "Oh, but it's so racist," and I'm going, no. You have to remember when Friends was on the air initially. That was the point. The point of Friends was the same as Seinfeld, that this is a show about anti-heroes. These are jerks. These are people who are not likable. And in Friends especially, that you
I
have
like all of them.
this group of people in the most diverse city in the world, and they don't know anyone who's not Caucasian. They don't know anyone who doesn't live in their building, it seems. It's as if that building is the whole city where everyone who's been married to each other, they all lived in the same place.
Can't.
And
It's
it
in the
didn't-
upper west. It's the upper
No,
west side.
because it's based
And
on a
was-
black show.
Didn't the
It was
only one?
single.
Didn't the only character who had interactions with other races was Ross? He was dating the Asian chick, and then the black chick, Aisha Tyler, the
Yep.
actress. Like the characters was the only person who had out of white experiences was him.
Yep. Well, and the remake of West Side Story is worse than the original. I mean, I never liked West Side Story, but I came to appreciate the '61 one. But the remake is so. I found the remake super offensive. Blazing Saddles made fun of everyone. Absolutely, everybody was made fun of. And the new West Side Story, I could not believe how tin-eared Spielberg was. That they spent a lot of publicity money talking about how, oh, we're going to respect the Spanish language, we're going to respect the Latinx, and I'm like, oh, then you wouldn't use the word Latinx, would you? And as they were doing it, they actually thought we got to suppress the fact that Rachel Zegler is half Polish, and I'm like, no. The worst problem is that she is Colombian, not Puerto Rican.
Weird.
It's
Weird.
like, guys, this is. I know Hollywood doesn't get it, but in the same way, us Asians get really persnickety when you mix Japanese, Chinese, and Korean.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing.
Yep.
It's yeah. So and yes, in Friends they all had rich parents,
Yeah.
but they were all. It was complete white people drama.
No,
You
but
know,
that's why I
where
said it's all
you're living-
upper west side, right?
Yeah,
Or most,
Upper
or it
West
looked
Side,
like
but
they were all upper
it
west side.
was from an era when you had NYPD Blue, which had a Hispanic Latino lead, Jimmy Smith. David Caruso finally went insane and decided he was going to be a big movie star. Although why, I don't know. And you had all these multi-ethnic shows. So, and we're coming off of the first wave of Spike Lee. We had all in the motion pictures industry. You had a Hispanic Latino renaissance with La Bamba and American Me, My family, you had a double Asian one where you were bringing in the John Woos and the Jackie Chans and the Jet Lis. You had two Black Renaissances. You had the art house guilty Caucasian movies like Do the Right Thing and not really She's Gotta Have It, because that was very independent. And School Days and the John Singleton movie Boys in the Hood, and then the urban, not art house ones like New Jack City
Do the Right Thing,
and the Charles Burnett one, To Sleep with Anger and Killer of Pigs.
Yeah.
So you had all of that going on in the cultural landscape. You had the rise of gay cinema. You had the rise of all of this, and here you had this show about completely disconnected New Yorkers. That was the joke. And then, of course, Jamie Tarsis, great development exec, is the one who saw the key, and she's the one who made that show great. And then when Disney bought ABC, they put her in as president of the network. She didn't know about strategy. She knew about content. You're a president of the network. You can't care about what the show is. You have to be concerned about scheduling and ad relations and budget strategies. So she was in the wrong place, and it was sad because she never came back. She just died a couple of years ago, and it's sad because she was one of the great development people. Oh well.
When is Kathleen Kennedy getting fired for real?
Dan,
I think there's a lot of theories behind that, and
lay them on my face.
I think it still all goes back to Twilight Zone, because Frank Marshall had to stay out of the country for the duration of the trial so that he couldn't get subpoenaed. And so she just knows where bodies are buried. And there's other
literally.
Yeah, literally.
They went
Because
trial?
they weren't supposed to be shooting at that time. You are never allowed to have kids on a set that time. No supervision.
Okay.
So it was just one violation after another. And the
Okay.
fact that everyone was high on drugs.
You're speaking with implied knowledge. Me in the chat, we don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry. We're talking about the Twilight Zone movie case where there was this big disaster where two Vietnamese kids, and the actor Vic Morrow were killed when a stunt went wrong and a helicopter came crashing out of the sky and cut them in half.
Oh, I do remember seeing that footage, and I wish I never saw it.
And then the trial was clearly a bought jury, because after the trial, and I couldn't believe they did this publicly, they actually threw a party for the jurors. And I'm like, guys, do you know how bad this looks? But it was like, oh, we're Hollywood. We can get away with anything.
Yep.
But from that came the most important, I believe, rules. And that is the first AD at the first sense that there's something dangerous can shut it down.
Yep.
It is not the director. He or she represents the producer and the studio. So if the first AD says not safe, doesn't matter what you do, you're the king.
And real quick, Dan, how for the chat and for Sean, how is Kathleen Kennedy direct? She was a producer. I can't remember on the.
She was one of the producers on it, but she was still the coffee girl in all actuality.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was her husband that everyone was hiring, and she was kind of the tag along. And Frank Marshall was a great producer, and so he. I'm not saying that she was totally incompetent at this point, but
she was.
The fact that this happened,
I'll say it. Yes, she
Frank
was.
Marshall hopped on a plane and flew off to England, and then he found out England has extradition, and he was approached by Interpol, And he said, "Look, let me just take a shower, and then I'll come with you." And he snuck out the back way and jumped over the channel into France, because France doesn't have extradition. So he hung out there until the trial was over. So because of that, Kathleen Kennedy has a major card over all of those big players, and that's why they're kind of afraid of her. I don't think anyone anticipated that when George gave her the keys to the kingdom by hiring her as his voice,
Successor.
she would turn on him.
Yeah.
But I think she had resentment toward these guys, the Scorseses, the Lucas,
Yeah.
because they would always make fun of her. In a really, and she's not wrong, they were extremely sexist toward her. But
Right.
that's because she wasn't a Lucille Ball or a Sherry Lansing or a Dawn Steele, three women who ran studios. She wasn't one of them. Mary Pickford, a fourth, she wasn't one of them who you would be afraid of, because she just seemed like someone who was kind of whiny and naggy, as opposed to someone who was really, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to sit here until midnight looking at every single daily. And if anybody looks bad, I'm going to, and then you heard the rumors of her trying to make every single lead character an avatar of herself. And I thought, oh, that's just so petty and basic. And then you look at it and you go, oh no, she really does seem to be doing this. It's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, there's no way someone could fail that much in their career and still be the boss and be like, I can do what I want. I'm gonna do it again.
And fail
Well,
upward.
I think she also has she has some of the goods on some of the other stuff that was going on at Disney.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do what she's done and not have.
Hold on, time out 1 second, Sean. We are no longer live on Rumble. I think that had to do with the direct RTMP. So do you want to add the Rumble back in?
I'm adding it back in. Just carry on, because we're still going on the YouTube.
On YouTube,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, to be honest, when you look at it, you go, oh, okay, you know what? There's been a lot of corruption in Hollywood. A lot of people have had power. Buddy Adler, after all, was based on What Makes Sammy Run was based on Buddy Adler. So you've always had this kind of nefarious being who will use blackmail to advance their careers forward. But with her, I have not seen someone who says, I'm going to burn it all down, and then does it. There always used to be a respect for money, that our job is to keep this industry going. I've never before seen what seemed to be an almost desire within the industry itself to just destroy the industry. Now, BlackRock, I believe, is one of the reasons Disney has had the problem, because 4 of their board members are directly connected or indirectly connected to BlackRock. So with 4 out of, I think their board is 11 people.
Correct.
So that's a third of their board that's all pushing. You must do more ESG. You must do this kind of content. You must do this in your parks, or we will dump your stock.
Yeah, because I mean, not George. Iger came out a year ago or 2 years ago and said we're going to focus on entertainment, not messaging, and they've done exactly the opposite. They've stuck with the messaging, not entertain people. Like all these Marvel movies should be fucking successes. Marvel shows should be successes, but they're making shit.
The problem with Iger, as opposed to Reed Hastings and Ted Sarandos of Netflix, is that Iger, and this is what's wrong with every studio, by the way. Every studio, a little bit less with Warner Brothers, but with every studio, you have corporate people at the helm. And what you need entrepreneurs. Sarandos and Hastings have been good at Netflix because being entrepreneurs, having had to make payroll, having had to see not enough money coming in, and now it's an existential threat. They are willing to pivot on a dime. What they did in 22, when they completely changed the trajectory of Netflix overnight and reversed a dropping of almost 1.5 million subscribers to, by the end of the year, being positive almost 7 million. So they really are clearly determined to make this work. Iger is the ultimate corporate guy. He's all about, I've got my 2 showers or whatever it is, and I've got this bling, and I've got that, and I go to this party, and I'm going to go to China, and I'm going to become the ambassador to China, until he made Mulan, and then all of a sudden he has no the fact that he actually, and I understand why he didn't, but the fact that he actually trusted Victoria Alonso, Kathleen Kennedy, who took over Pixar after they kicked out Lasseter, but he trusted all of those people. And then when the stories started coming out about the crazy story group, oh yeah, I'm all about the gay. It's like, guys, this is a brand for kids. This is a brand for kids of middle America, not your little orgy palaces in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York City. What are you doing saying this stuff? And you can say, well, most of America's a bunch of bigots. You rely on them for money. What are you smoking?
Yeah.
And of course, with BlackRock, once you start not making money, even though it's BlackRock's fault, they're the ones who said, you got to make sure you push ESG.
It's their fault, but they're behind the scenes. You're the face. They're making Disney's fault.
It's not as if BlackRock, once it started failing, didn't say, oh, guess what? You need to have more money come in. Do you realize that your stock is worth half of what it used to be worth? It was worth almost $200 a share, and now I don't know what it is today, but it's still below 100.
Yeah, 97.
Yeah, not lower. I'm sorry, I don't know the number, but that's almost a 50% drop, and
it might have gone up a little bit.
It's $124.01 right now.
It might have gone up a little bit.
Okay, so it's better, but it's still not $200.
No,
it was more than 200. It was like 220 or 250 or some. Like
5 years ago, it was at 200. 5 years ago, 200.
So I mean, that's really a big failure. And then you have the California pensions dumping more than half of their Disney stock. That's not good. California pension system, they say no to Disney. Come on, that's pretty shocking. So yeah, the problem with Bob Iger is he isn't willing to get out of his comfort zone, and that's the problem. Is that he's really living that entitlement mentality.
I don't know if it's that he won't. I don't think he fucking knows how, Dean. That you're talking about a guy.
Corporate.
Yeah, he's not. He's not.
He's always been a suit.
Yeah, he's not entrepreneurial. He's not someone who had to like fight his way up and like no. And, you know what I mean? So it's no, like why? Like he has no. I bet he has no clue. Unfortunately, I'm saying like, I don't think he has a fucking clue about.
He doesn't have any creativity when he says it's all about story. We're wanting to make great stories. That was a tell. That was a real tell. Oh, you don't really know what your company makes, do you? Because what Walt Disney would have said, what Michael Eisner would have said, is they would have said, we're in the business of creating memorable characters. Correct. So the fact that he focused on story meant that this is all PowerPoint creativity. It's not creativity. It's research-based creativity. It's not gut level. And you have to have a gut level. Mm-hmm. You have to look at something and go, people don't like this, but we're going to make it anyway.
So speaking of gut level, I have a question for you. Your opinion on Spaceballs 2. Internet's kind of torn on it about, is Mel Brooks going to be true to himself, or is he going to make us something for the...
I want to be wrong. I think it's a big mistake. You're revisiting something in a completely different cultural environment. And you're also doing something where you're doing something that most people aren't familiar with. Now, with Karate Kid and Cobra Kai, they did something ingenious there. And I would never, this is something that independent minded people will do. They'll say, we're going to do a sequel, and we're going to do a sequel no one expects.
Yeah.
And we're going to run the risk because we're not going to spend a fortune. Who did we hire? We hired a bunch of has-beens who are really has-beens who had one movie that made their whole career.
Right.
Everything else has been, B features, direct video type. And
so Zabka's a bad guy in 80s movies, and that was it. He was done.
And they took the risk.
So that is why I think it's going to do well. That and the fact that Mel Brooks is 98, he knows this is his last movie. He's going to. I think he's going to do it and be like, "Fuck you! I'm doing it how I want.
Yep.
You can't cancel me because I'm dead." That's what I think is going to happen.
But also,
I look at Mel Brooks. When you look at the stuff that he was doing at the beginning of his career, he was the same. He was always transgressive. He was always someone who would do anything for a laugh, but Dan, within a control.
But see, also, Dan, you got to keep in mind how bad has Star Wars gotten? How god awful in the condition and what Kathleen Kennedy has done to it, right? The cannon fodder, the material that you have to work with to make fun of this shit is it's like it's ridiculous the amount of shit that's happened since the first movie came out.
I agree. And the really sad thing is how by Iger trusting people who were not trustworthy.
Oh yeah, no,
he actually destroyed how many billions of dollars of IP. We're not even going to mention, why did you buy 20th Century Fox?
For $70 billion.
I mean, that's the big reason they're in trouble now. That's an incredible amount of debt. And we're going on almost 10 years now since that happened. What have they done with the asset?
Everyone thought it was just for the X-Men, and they haven't done shit with them.
You wouldn't pay that kind of money for X-Men.
No. But well, this is Disney. They do some stupid shit. They might.
Well, the fact that they didn't take the land, I thought, oh, okay.
That was the big fuck up. Yes.
Because if they had done a merger and they didn't, well, okay, tax law changed. But if it was before Prop 19, they would have, when it changed hands, they would have kept the same tax base. And 20th Century Fox's lot was paying taxes based on 1934.
No, that was the. I
it's not as if Disney doesn't do construction. They could have built, their own reversioning of their colonial town or whatever it is, and on that lot, because it's not as if they need even the space they've got. Yeah. Most of the lot is still,
and it's a lot of fucking land, Dan. That's a fuckload of
land. It's still a lot of land.
Yeah, in the middle, in the fucking middle of like Los Angeles,
in the middle of giant West LA.
Yeah, like it's and it's nice, and it's a nice area. It's still, relatively speaking, it's still a nice area. Well, at least when I was.
I can't imagine trying to get a permit to build on it, though. I mean, to rebuild.
Well, now, fucking now, yeah.
Yeah.
God only knows what fucking bullshit you'd have to go through. City council, let alone fucking the government. The fucking state. Yeah. Are we back, guys? Are we back in Rumble?
Yeah.
Cool. That's fine. It couldn't handle Dan. Rumble couldn't handle you. You were too much.
Well, the Rumble unfortunately went down, but in a pretty catastrophic way. So because we're up on both YouTubes, I'm going to rip this from YouTube and then put it on Rumble so everyone can have it in its entirety, because that's What a
I'm
good host
not
does.
seeing. I'm seeing the YouTube link.
Oh, for
But I-
God's sakes.
Don't
If
see
you-
we're live yet.
If you need me to download the just let me know if you need it from my channel. It's fine.
Oh,
Not a
right.
big deal. Not a big deal.
Oh no. Everything's fine. I forgot I had to re-hit the live button. So yeah, we are officially back up. But carry on. Pretend this.
Anything else you
Take
guys
two.
want to know?
Oh man, I
Or
could
you
talk
wanna
to you
talk
for
about
fucking days, man.
I mean, how much time do you have?
I gotta be honest. Us old guys, after I talk for this for 2.5 hours and all of that, I'm gonna start running out of steam, and I'm gonna start talking dirty stories, and I don't want to do that.
No, we do want to do that. What are you talking about?
Dan, do you know where you are right
here.
now? Do you know where you are right now? Talking dirty stories is what we do here.
Yep. No, I'll talk old Hollywood stuff because that was my that was my hook in with the industry, was the fact that and I didn't realize people weren't good at this, but back in the day when we were doing development the way old school development, where you actually try to write a good script and put together a project that fit your company's needs, fit your budgetary needs, fit the people you had under contract, and come up with something good, and then your management would green light it. And now that apparently is a new innovation Disney has just kind of announced.
Yeah, no, Dan, you were telling me about this. That fucking this is a new thing all of a sudden. Like,
Professor Patrick, no, not Professor Patrick, producer Patrick did an Instagram on it today, and I'm like, no, they can't be saying that, oh, we came up with a new way to do development. We're going to have different departments that are focused on genre. We're going to give them the ability to green light, to option a whole bunch of different properties, develop them, come up with budgets, come up with screenplays. And then after they come up with something that looks really good and has certain talent at least committed, if not actually contracted, then we'll get a green light. And I'm like, you're not telling me that that's not what you've been doing with the $200 and $300 budgets, are you? And I knew the answer was, of course, that's what they've been doing. One of the people that Mike and I work with is a post-production guy who's done a lot of bigger projects. And he said, Netflix. Oh, no. What they do is they actually shoot first drafts, and then they look at the rough assembly, and then they go, oh, okay, maybe if we do this, this, and this with the story, and oh, you know what? I don't like that character's interaction with that character. Maybe we should recast it. And I'm going.
So let me translate. Let me
You're
translate
not really
a little.
You do that. They do
So
that.
let me.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And I'm like, oh, that's
so Dan, let me translate that a little bit. So in layman's terms, in other words, a writer will will come up with a first draft of a script. Yes, like that's the first draft. Like you just whatever you vomit out, whatever you diarrhea out, that's the first draft, and then you turn it in, and usually, or in the past, that would go to Dan, a Dan, whoever's studio's version of Dan would be, and then Dan would take that and go, okay, let's turn this garbage into a viable project of some kind. Yes, that's how it used to be, and that's like old school development. And then of course you work with the writer, and then you develop it further, yada yada yada. What Dan is saying is that you would just accept the first draft, and then you start shooting with a fucking $200 million, $300 million budget, and just fuck it, we'll do it live, right? Which explains exactly why so much shit gets made and why it's so terrible, because there's no forethought into how this stuff is made or how this stuff is going to be developed, right? So what Dan is saying is now they're reversing that course back and trying to go back to the old school.
And they're acting like they just created it.
And then they're acting like it's a new fucking thing. Like, you retards realize how... I fucking heard... I mean, I've known about this, but it's just like, God. What's that?
This is what story departments used to do from the silent era. So
Yeah,
all of a
from the
sudden,
talkies.
sometime in after 2015, everyone decided, no, it's better to look at the rough cut and then come up with what the story should be.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
So dumb.
okay, why? Why aren't you trying to shoot a good script? You realize it's easier if you have a good script, because then everyone's excited about it.
They went full retard.
It's beyond full retard. It should actually be criminal. It's fraud.
Yeah, I can see that.
The way they were spending money is fraud. Because here's one of the problems with middle management. Most of the time, you're judged on how well you bring in your return on investment. You make a Hidden Figures, you spend $25 million, you bring back almost 400 million. That's a win. So that's a good thing. But if you spend $400 million and you bring back 200, you're supposed to be fired. But what happens when you get into really high budgets? Everything flips. So your salary is not based on your return on investment. It's based on your spend.
Yeah.
Talk about a reason to create moral hazard.
Yeah.
It's oh, so I am going to make a lot more money than this person who took a low budget movie and made Get Out. Then I'm going to make more money than them for making
Garbage.
Captain Marvel.
Yeah, garbage.
And you go, what are you doing? That's really nuts.
Yep. And you and I have known this for a while, that this is just kind of like, or not that we've known this, but we've suspected that for a very long time that this is how, for whatever reason, seems to be, like, people seem to be just shooting first drafts and then like, fuck it, we'll fix it in post or whatever, right? But it's one thing to kind of suspect it. It's another thing for them to fucking say the quiet part out loud and admit, oh, you don't know, you've spent so much fucking money and you have no fucking clue what you're doing. Holy shit. Yeah. Yep.
Well, this is why we have a renaissance coming. Whenever the industry collapses out, you always have a renaissance that comes in from an unexpected area. Now, during my time working in Hollywood or on the periphery of it, I've seen 4 complete turnarounds. So that means one a decade. So we're actually right on target for a complete collapse out. What happened with streaming is no different with what happened with home video. It was no different with what happened with first run syndication. It was no different what happened with the early days of basic cable. So you're always having these same repeating patterns, and they always, where it's exciting is that when the industry crashes out is about the only time that you can bring in new talent in above the line. Above the line is the creatives. The below the line is the crafts. If it can be on a poster, it's above the line. Actor, writer, director, producer.
Yeah.
Everything else, there's no money attached to it. No one's going to say, oh, I want to see this movie because it was shot by Vittorio Storaro. Okay, certain crazy film fans will do that. But outside of that, no normal human being does that. You go by the star, the writer, actually the star first by far, then the director, then sometimes the writer or producer.
Oh yeah, we don't get any.
Even that's kind of rare.
I accepted that a long time ago. We get no fucking credit. Doesn't matter how good we are. That's fine. We just.
Well, no, on TV it's the reverse. On TV, the writer is God in a way that even Broadway doesn't have. Because Broadway is less money by a lot than a showrunner. Can you imagine how much money the showrunners of Friends have made?
Oh God! Oh my God! Are you
all the
kidding
money?
me?
Infinity money.
It fucking in residuals,
Exactly.
even just in your residuals. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit!
I have seen every episode of Friends, every season of Friends, probably 900 times.
Yes.
Yep.
You're putting their grandkids through college, dude.
Yeah.
That's what,
I mean, one of the most cherished gifts I bought for my wife for whichever occasion, birthday, I suspect, was like the full complete DVD set.
Yep.
Aw, that's cool.
But it was
Oh,
like
you
it
know
was like
what
the
happened?
4x3
I
one.
think it was Friends. When they did the Blu-ray of it, the high def Friends, and so many of the shows that were shot on film but finished on video, when they did the high def versions, they found out that even if the shows were done on Avid, that usually the editorial determination list, the list of all the stuff, what edits they chose, unless they had a printout, a lot of times they were stored on floppy disks. And so the floppy disks, after 30, 40 years, fail. And so they came up with this wonderful service where you just transfer every bit of footage you ever shot. And even if you have just a really crappy copy of it, it will recomposite your final version for you. It's not cheap, but they've done that with almost every classic show that was shot on film. Because
Oh wow.
most of the time you didn't have the EDLs, you didn't have the edit, the list of where the edits were, or they're buried in a storage facility.
Deluxe Knight says, Mrs. Doubtfire, hello, my beautiful little friends. How are you doing tonight? We're doing good for the most part. Some tech difficulties aside, we are having a fantastic conversation that I hope it never ends. Like,
well, I am actually going to have to. I'm going to actually have to be going because I got to get ready for my students tomorrow.
Oh, damn students! It's summer break, Dan. It's summer break,
but I got to make the money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got to up younger minds to be creative.
Hopefully, we can entice you to come back somehow. I mean,
I would love to come back.
Oh my God, please.
Feel free.
Gina has a proposition because Gina has her own show called Mom's Mystery and Mayhem, and one of the things I wanted to touch upon was BlackRock.
Oh, sure, we can do that.
That would be really fun.
Let me know, especially during the summer, because I'm, during the regular school year, I'm usually teaching a lot more. But this summer, I only have the one class, but it's every day.
Goodness,
they
all
all
want a piece
want
of
you back.
Dan, and at some point, I need Dan and Christopher to be on the same time because Christopher makes movies. He's a filmmaker and a colorist. He's a friend that streams with us on Saturdays and he's got.
Let me know because how's he doing with his distribution? Because that is the new key, and there's a lot of new stuff happening in distribution. It's still messy, but I think you're going to see it all of a sudden come together.
I imagine he would say, I don't know what
enormous
distribution is
in what's being delivered to audience, and the audience is letting everyone know we want X and we're not getting it. So that's a big gap. This is an opportunity. This is a better opportunity than the late 90s was. And the late 90s, when the strike in 98, 99 happened and everything got shut down and reality TV and game shows came in, that was another opportunity and people took it.
Well, Dan, before you go, because of that gap, do you want to mention some of the things that you are doing?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm right now in the process, and I know that we're not supposed to talk necessarily about Oprah and Shonda Rhimes, but I'm going to. Shonda Rhimes did a really, really good show where she talked about the year of yes, and the year of yes is when if someone makes an offer to you or has something that might be interesting, it doesn't matter what else you're doing. As long as it's something you can do or it doesn't morally offend you, don't say no. Say, I'll think about it. And from that, I've had a lot of opportunities happen throughout my career. And I think that right now should be everyone's year of yes. And one of the things that's happened with me is one of the guys that I've been working with for over 30 years, has a low budget opportunity with a production entity that's been around since the home video days, and features B-level product, just like my friend Ken makes, low budget stuff that's considered quote unquote disposable films. You'd be surprised how disposable films tend to last. But they tend to be called disposable films. They're low budget. They're not high concept. They're things that fit a deliberate niche. And Europe is clamoring for more of this stuff, because what they're seeing coming out of Netflix and all of the other high-end studios is stuff that's dour and makes you feel bad at the end of the day. They're artistic, but they're not things that you can kind of feel good about when they're over. So we're working on things that fit the family film niche, because that's a big gap. When was the last time we had a show like a Friday Night Lights? I know there's a couple out there, but that was a core genre. Every season you had at least one or two shows about younger people coming of age, because that appeals to not only young people, but their parents, especially the mothers. And if you think about Buffy the Vampire Slayer is no different from Peyton Place or Beverly Hills 90210, except there's
Dawson's
monsters.
Creek.
And what we have now is we've got too many special effects movies where everyone has a superpower. And when you're someone who is trying to figure out your life, or trying to remember what it was like, you don't want people to have immediate magical power. One of the things that drove me crazy about the new version of Matlock is when it turned out that she's fabulously wealthy. I'm like, no! You want her to be someone who is indeed working class. She's a working class hero who is taking advantage of her age. That speaks to people. When you find out that she's richer than Croesus, it's like, oh, so she's just another Batman. There's no way you can threaten her because she's got bank. And that made me disappointed in the show. I don't think it's bad, but it's not. It could have been the next type of Murder, She Wrote diagnosis murder. It ain't going to be that, because she's a fabulous millionaire. She can't be threatened. So,
do you see future TV sort of coming around to how I guess TV was in the 90s, 2000s, when it was great?
You see, Netflix is trying to do it. One of the things Netflix is proposing is that they keep talking about wanting to have more episodes, because they're seeing that you have to have a lot of episodes, because people, no matter how much you say, oh, we're going to try to make TV like film.
They can't get past season 2. They cancel shit.
It's never going to be that. Never. Because you don't take in TV the same way you take in a feature film. TV is something that you're partially watching. You're playing on your phone. You're yelling at your wife. You're making sure the kids are doing their homework. You're telling the dog to get off the damn sofa. You're folding the laundry. You're doing all this other stuff, and you're looking at it. You're not paying that much attention. So you want something that you're inviting people into your house. You want to feel good when the show ends. And most of the shows now are artistic masterpieces where, okay, if I wanted to sit there and watch an Ingmar Bergman movie, I suppose I could watch this instead of Persona, but it's still something that at the end of it, I'm going to feel brutalized. So why should I want to spend my time watching this? And because of that to me is the biggest gap. It's having stuff that when you watch it, you just feel good at when it's over.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't want an artistic experience. You want to watch something that's goofy. That's why you want to watch the Brady Bunch and not Adolescent or Adolescence.
Yeah.
Adolescence is art. Who cares? I can't imagine someone 20 years from now saying, you know what? There's this great show that was on TV 20 years ago called Adolescence, and it was a real groundbreaker. Let's watch it. I can't imagine anyone saying that.
Dude, that's high praise, man. Thank you. Holy shit. Yeah.
Dan has been great. So much
Yes.
knowledge. We can
Well,
see
thank you.
why Mike is so smart. Great
I know.
mentor. Please come back again, Dan.
Well, thank
the-
you. Hey, you want me back? I'm available. So yeah.
all the time. So we kind of just started this show as I'm kind of like the everyman, and Mikey is the insider that knows the stuff, and Darnell is kind of he's kind of like the nerd, and then Gina's well, she's the producer. She does some of the techie shit, and yeah, so we kind of have like this Three Musketeers and D'Artagnan and thing going on, but to have you I guess the one that brings all of the knowledge and everything, it's been so amazing.
Well, thanks. So yeah, I have my
no,
own
Scott.
YouTube channel.
Unfortunately, Dan
It's,
couldn't do that either. Sorry.
huh?
You didn't see that question, Dan.
Yeah, I know. I can't train a pigeon.
Yeah.
I talk pigeon, but I can't train one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried.
Hey, I'm getting better.
Okay, well, thank you all for the opportunity,
Yeah.
You're-
and I
Thank you,
hope to
Dan.
do
Thank
this with
you.
you all again.
Thank you so much,
yes.
Dan.
Hey, if you all want to talk about your own creative ideas, and I know that's not really what you guys do, but if you want to do it, I can show you how you can take something through the steps as you're trying to develop a project, how you play with the elements in it, and try to figure out how to make it fit. Because you can take the same idea and make it work for a Netflix acquisition or a traditional network show or even a YouTube channel. It's all open, and it's all about people just going out there and trying. My career is all about because I kept showing up and because I could type fast.
No,
So-
that's 90% of the battle. It's just
Yeah.
yes, correct. And we got a question here, Dan. They want to know where to find you. Plug
Give
your
us social
channel because you have a
media
channel.
Oh, he has
Yeah,
Dan's
my
got a channel.
is,
Yes. Yes, you
what
do.
do I call my channel? Okay, on Rumble, I'm under Kotonk. My
Okay,
channel
here.
is called Kotonk.
Here.
I was gonna say.
It's just Katonk
It's just Kotonk on
Okay.
under Rumble.
on
And
Yeah,
on,
Mike,
under
Mike, you put those
YouTube,
links
it's Sensei Kawafuchi.
Oh, so two things that nobody would ever find you under here. All right then.
Michael, are you finding those?
I was trying to.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, if you, Dan, find your stuff and then put it in the private chat so we can blast it.
I
please.
will. Hold on a second.
Please. Yeah, because I couldn't find the freaking channel, and I forgot that you're still on Rumble or that you're on Rumble.
Yeah, the channel is called Kotonk Sensei, and Kotonk means that you were born in Hawaii as a Japanese American, but now you live on the mainland.
That's oddly specific.
Yes. What happens a lot?
Yeah. Hey, you know,
Yeah.
Hawaii is Hawaii. Okay, that's my YouTube channel.
Let's see. Is it?
There you go. Popped up.
I got it.
Thanks, Gina.
And what that has in it is it's kind of a catch-all of my grant too. So there's a whole bunch of interviews dating back since like 2014, where we were interviewing industry pros. Students were interviewing industry pros and talking about how they got into their jobs and how they move forward. It also contains a diversity in cinema thing where my friend Taya goes over some of his experiences being multi-ethnic growing up in Japan and how he turned that into working for PBS and winning an
Google.
Emmy and then moving forward and doing live shows and all the rest of stuff. And then there's all my crazy rants. I had a student who double dog dared me because I said, you've got to do more than one YouTube video a month. You've got to do more than that. And then they double dog dared me to do my own YouTube channel. And so my channel, which just my rants, there's 200 of them right now. and that was all from a double dog dare.
Oh,
Double
Dan,
dog dare you.
Dan, your Rumble too, please. Your Rumble.
Yes.
Put your Rumble in here, and also, I know you have X, correct? I know you don't like it or you hate it, but I know you have an
No,
X.
no. I just don't put anything on X because I got in
Okay.
trouble with it before.
We know.
Remember
but-
that I got banned as a teacher by people looking, because you have a whole group of people who try to bust teachers, and they looked at the people I follow, and they did a whole thing. There were like 500
Yeah,
letters
people-
that went into the school complaining about me as being a white supremacist.
Yeah. Yes. No. You think that's a joke?
God.
No, I believe it. It's fucking hilarious.
Because it's fucking California. So you would no. It is yes. They tried to cancel him because they fucking said he was a white supremacist.
Dear
Are you-
University, please cancel this Asian dude. He's a white supremacist.
Yes.
Sin.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Yes.
Oh, yeah, and one of them really complained about me because I talked about Birth of a Nation, because I'm teaching film history. So I
Yeah.
talk about Birth of a Nation, I talk about Triumph of the Will, and they say, oh, he's promoting Nazi propaganda. Well, I did actually say, and I'm going to confess this, I said one of the most scary things about Triumph of the Will and Olympia, the Leni Riefenstahl movies that were the big Nazi propaganda pictures, is that every one of them is foundational for Nike commercials. You see the same setup. And so when you look at it, it's actually a little bit creepy, because you realize that Leni Riefenstahl created this whole idea that the camera doesn't show up at a political event. The political event happens because the camera is there. And you realize that worldwide, every time you see a political convention or something, it's all based on that. Because prior to that, it was whistle stops. You would show up in small towns, you'd go to the church, you'd give a speech, you'd hug babies, and flirt with the wife. But that was it. And then you had Roosevelt doing fireside chats. But television media picked up directly on the stuff that Germany was doing at that time. Germany and the Soviet Union were doing. So it's actually kind of scary when you actually see how this kind of media manipulation goes all the way back.
Yeah. I still can't get over that Jesus Christ, that they called you a white supremacist. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, look at him. He's obviously with the white hood and
Yeah.
such.
Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
remember Birth of a Nation. The movie Birth of a Nation, when it was made, the KKK in the United States had less than 10,000 members. Then by 1922, when they had the March on Washington, D.C., there were 200,000 people who showed up. And Griffith was horrified by the outcome. He had no idea. But that's what happened. And it's the power of the images is immense. And that's why when you see people throw it away, like Captain America, which wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it wasn't good. When you look at something like Captain America and you go, you got a lot of stuff in here that, if the movie was a bigger hit, could be a bad influence. But it wasn't.
It's funny that you say that, because the new Marvel show is damn near as bad as I'm not joking, Dan. It is unbelievably racist. Like in a way that you're watching it and you're just like, who greenlit this? I'm not kidding. Black people, the only way to succeed, steal, get money from fucking what is it? Not just steal, but blackmail white people and dark
Off their
magic.
vehicles.
Yes,
Yeah.
and dark magic and essentially Satan worship. Those are your three paths to success. That's the big.
Not
that-
even basketball or rap?
Not
blaming
even
others,
basketball,
and
not
blaming
even rap.
others.
This is, again, it's inadvertent. You have people who actually think they're doing a good thing by doing this show. They think that they're down with the homies, and it's not. I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm saying this because I look at how Asians are depicted, and it's grotesque.
Oh,
And part of it's just me too, because
and
you
the
know,
Latin
you
guy,
have images of
the
him.
Latin guy is the worst because he's the leader and he's literally sold his soul to Satan. Well, their version of Satan. It's not Satan.
Yeah,
their
yeah.
version of Satan. Like, What the hell?
Well, us white women just sleep our way to the top.
Wow.
dogs.
Yeah. Meanwhile, me and Sean are living in the street with no job.
Well,
basically.
Gina, you saying that again, female audiences, and if you look at Hollywood's history, you always had transgressive women as leads, whether it was Katharine Hepburn or Joan Crawford or Lucille Ball and I Love Lucy. You always had these people who were outside of step with mainstream society, and that's why you have that element of fantasy fulfillment. Oh, I could have done this, but I don't have the courage to do what this person did, so I'm glad I didn't, because I would have failed. So, and you could really bond with that, and that works across all different audiences. And when that went away in favor of people who have superpowers, now you have people look at it and getting depressed because I don't have the billions of dollars to become Batman. I don't have the physical agility to rescue people.
You see,
Most
I
people,
can see,
let's face it, we're in real life, we're a lot of schlubs.
I can
and
see
that's fine.
normies.
But you want to see normies occasionally, not
Right.
all super
Right.
skinny, super pumped up mannequins.
Put a short fat guy on TV, right?
Absolutely.
This
Hey,
is
I'm
not
only
a short
for
fat
one.
guy.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely.
And a
Look
Puerto
at
Rican.
how many big
Colombian.
stars who are males were unattractive. Charles Lawton. When was the last time anyone looked at Charles Lawton and said, hubba, hubba? When was the last
Sean.
time someone
feel that,
looked
brother.
at Danny Glover and said, wow, what a stud muffin. He is right up there in competition with John Major.
I'm too
No.
old for this.
You had people who looked like real humans. James Earl Jones looked very human in Claudine.
Yeah.
So people want to see that,
Yes.
and that's that's the real gap.
Yeah. And as for the Marvel stuff, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, a huge comic nerd. I got my ass kicked constantly for it. So when they started making live action, it was like, oh my, it's the golden age is here.
Yep.
And then when it went from telling the stories from the comics to we're going to make it about
yes.
you're evil
Yes.
because you're white. You're evil because you're rich. Only you can serve. Only the strong people are women and colored, not white colored people. But it's like destroying the entire genre. It's making people hate it.
Well, by the way, let me give you a little potentially inspirational story. Did you like the animated Batman, Superman, and all of those shows?
From the
Yes.
90s? Yes.
Justice
From the
League.
90s.
Yeah.
The
Fuck
cartoons, yes.
Yes.
Michael, did I ever tell you the story about Peggy Patrick and how that happened?
No.
Okay, what happened? Peggy
Okay,
Patrick was a school teacher who left Florida when she was 40 as a single mom, 300 pounds, right? So she comes to California, obviously not one of the young, svelte CAA type receptionists, right? And secretaries. But she, having been older, having been smarter, she got a job at Shapiro Lichtman, which is a mid-sized agency. I'm mentioning names because she's an inspiration from this. And so here she is working in this crazy environment, hardly making any money, but she's seeing gaps. There's a big Writers Guild strike. This is the 88 Writers Guild strike. And what happens is all of these people are out of work. And they're desperate. They're looking at almost losing their house. She sees a request coming across her boss, Mitch Stein, who's younger than her. So, you have to get over that at some point. So he's 10 years younger than her. And she's looking at it, and they want animation writers. And
I see where this is going.
Older.
Okay.
So she goes to Mitch, and she goes, Mitch, can I call some of our writers who are writing movies of the week for 50 to 70 to 150,000 a pop, and tell them that Deke is looking for people to write these shows for $3,000? And Mitch says to her, they will laugh at you, but try it anyway. He goes, because I think you're just the kind of person who they'll, if anyone is going to buy it, it'll be you who convinces them, because they all love Peggy. So she calls one of these guys and she says, you know, they have an open assignment for Batman or Superman. I can't remember which one. And I got to tell you, it's animation. It's 15 minutes. It's $3,000 out the door. No residuals. It's $3,000 and that's it. Are you interested? And he goes, that's my mortgage payment. Yes. So she calls Deke, which at that time, my high school classmate from Japan is one of the producers there. We find this out a couple of years later. So it's funny how you keep running into people that you don't expect to run into in entertainment. Anyway, so she calls Deke and she goes, I've got this writer for you. And Deke goes, we don't believe it. So the guy goes in and he has an interview and they're like, oh my God. Within 2 months, every one of her fantasy-oriented movie of the week writers are writing these Deke shows. Win, because you have people who are top writers loving Batman and the DC universe.
Yep.
And so they are loving it. It is paying the bills. And Peggy becomes a full agent, eventually partner, and gets her own office, all of that almost right away. This is the benefit of being a little bit older, trying to get into the entertainment industry, is you see missing things and you know how to fill it up. And that is what is great about Hollywood, is that you will find a niche unexpectedly and you will fill it. You don't know what it is and until it's right there. And that's why you have to be in your year of yes. But that's also why this happened with me. It happened with Peggy. It's happened with almost all of my classmates. So I've seen it. I can say it.
Yep.
And I've seen my students becoming successful. So, you know, we're in a bad time now. And the answer to that is, yeah, it's really bad. What else can you do for the moment? I've told a lot of my friends, the industry friends, said, you know what, are you ready to retire into being a teacher? And now Mike isn't, but you know, I had my career and I fell into being a teacher because I said yes. I fell into it. And then I realized after doing it for about 3 years, I said, you know what? I've suddenly realized something. My Hollywood career was so I could become a teacher. It wasn't the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
So you never know where life's going to take you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, you all. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Amazing meeting
I'm
you, my
just
friend.
blown away by the awesomeness.
Thank you.
I can go to bed happy tonight.
All right, Mike.
I have to go pee.
I
She's
still
gonna go
goosebumps.
pee.
Still have goosebumps the whole time. Fuck.
Yes, you're gonna say something, dude. Though, Mr.
Yeah. Do you wanna carry on with the game notes now that we're 3 hours in?
Dude, it's fine. We went fucking. No, it's fine. Like, and I think I thought. I guess I didn't. I apologize because I don't know if I told you this or not. I was treating them as an outline. Like if they were there, a safety net. If they were
You told me
there,
that.
just in case. Like, okay, we literally have nothing to fucking talk about. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you
know.
forgot to mention.
I
you forgot to
apologize
mention
if
that.
I
That-
didn't say that. That's
I
my
would.
fault.
I don't
My
know
fault.
why. I don't know why on God's Green Earth why you would think Dan would need a safety apparatus, considering he is one with the words.
You never know. You never know.
I like him. He's a cool
Yeah.
fella.
Dude. He's okay. You got to understand something. Okay, of all the people that I've met in LA, like even celebrities, whatever, right? How many people do you meet and especially me being like he told you the story that I was a jackass when I came into his fucking class. That I was here's my where's my A.
Yeah, I think a whole lot's changed though, eh?
Yeah, well, obviously, but
Uh,
how fucking like how what's the word, kismet, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, right? To meet someone like that who's based hardcore right Republican, basically MAGA, and then but also is in the industry, right? Like they're not a crying screaming liberal retard baby,
Right.
right? Like and that becomes someone who wants to mentor you on top of that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So yeah, it's crazy, dude. I know. Trust me. Yeah, I'm still learning shit to this day, dude. So it's fine. I mean, it's been over a decade. I'm still learning shit. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's oh, I forgot to ask him who the genius was that created Baywatch Nights.
Maybe next time.
That's a good question.
Maybe.
Mr. Scott, I thought he was Asian Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And then he's fucking yeah, dude, I swear to God. Like these fucking idiot, because you got to understand it's even worse in California. Like whatever, well, I know you kind of get a lot of that in Canada. I know that, Sean. But out there, like, and he's not like overt about it. He's not like, oh, you need to vote Trump. Oh, Dems are stupid. Oh, whatever, right? He doesn't go into that in class or whatever. But just the mere fact that he would teach just normal shit that you used to teach, whatever, like that commies fucking lost their minds and then tried to fucking go and like cancel him. And that's not the first time too. This happened a couple times where people tried to like get him in trouble or cancel him or get him kicked out of the school or blah blah blah, whatever. So yeah, so it's Dan is a very interesting human being, not just a dude, a very interesting human being. So yeah, I'm very fortunate, very fortunate.
So then, it's really true then, about if you spend $1 on a reshoot, that $1 needs to make $5 in order to save to save the film, or to save that section that required reshoots.
To save that section, whatever it's supposed to be. I don't know, replacing or covering up for or whatever. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah. That's sort of I guess puts a lot of the things regarding reshoots
in perspective. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Superman's not going to make it, is it?
Well,
I don't think so. I think it's done.
No. I don't think. Well, it's not going to make $1 billion. I do not. There's no world that I envision where it makes a fucking $1 billion, which it kind of needs to. It will be lucky to make 700 to 600 million. And
Gunn doesn't get Superman.
Yeah. No. Yeah. As a character, no.
He doesn't understand them.
Yeah. He doesn't. 100%. He doesn't. I agree with that. No. Fuck no, dude. No.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
Okay,
Budget. Yeah. Budgets. Yeah, dude. It's
that's gonna lose $200 million or more.
I think Fantastic Four is in a lot of trouble as well. They reshoot
also
a movie.
Shit ton of trouble. Yes.
Now look, I've come to terms with I've come to terms. I've accepted. I've reassessed it, and you know what? I can get behind Shalabal being Silver Surfer. It's coming from a different reality. They're coming from a different reality. I can now watch the movie and not be mad about it. But the whole cooking the rest of the team is just bullshit. That's where they're gonna lose.
I can't see that. What is
turmeric? May I ask if I was taking a shot? It's a turmeric boost shot.
I need that for my fucking liver.
It works great. I take one every day, and it's amazing.
Huh. I don't know. I think that's in trouble as well. I think they kind of killed the franchise with those fucking movies.
Yes, Syphax was he was talking a little bit about that. When was he on? Saturday? Is that when Syphax was on?
Yes.
Yeah, he was saying that because he reviews movies.
Night Sporting.
He thought.
Is he mad?
I'm not sure. I hope not. Maybe he's just not
What
into.
is it?
You said I'm MAGA with question marks is the last thing you said. Then he says that.
Oh, I didn't
Oh.
see the last one.
What?
Oh,
Um,
you gotta yeah.
Yeah.
Deluxe there.
Deluxe Knights for Mikey says most people you meet that are based conservative in any industry will try the way you just described, Dan. We all mostly keep to ourselves and we do the work, not a career victim.
No, 100%. Like, I think it means like try to help you out, like, or try to be,
Yeah.
try to mentor and stuff. And yeah, but the thing about that industry is like you don't meet, like that's like a unicorn. Like I met a fucking like a leprechaun. You know what I'm saying? Like the other 99% of the
Did-
people that you run
Did you
into
steal your Lucky
are
Charms?
fucking retards.
Yeah,
You
dude.
know?
Both sets I was on, like the majority of the people in the second movie I was on were
Yeah.
like just absolute. Like I wouldn't talk to
Like,
them
I
outside of
hate
the
Trump.
set.
You're an idiot. MAGA.
Yeah.
Blah.
And
Yeah,
the
it's
first
that, it's
movie
that
I
shit.
met
Yeah.
a few more because they had more people.
Yeah.
But like almost everyone who played a cop was a serious fucking leftist who was only doing it, and you could tell they were angry that they had to play a cop they had to play a cop in a movie.
It's you're
Oh.
They were doing
unfortunately
it. They were doing it for the money and for the exposure.
yeah. God forbid if you even fucking that you let out the fact that you fucking voted for Trump or whatever, or you think that Trump is a good president or whatever. Yeah, like and then so it's all concentrated there in that fucking little in that little bubble of LA. So the fact that I ran into that person and then that led to meeting a couple of other very based people as well has been
Yeah.
yeah, it's very 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 fortunate, very lucky in that regard. Yeah.
So do you wanna talk about
Probably not.
do you wanna talk about your experience with Ironhearts?
Oh God. I'll just sum it up. I'll
It
sum
says
it up in a right.
I think you
right.
did sum it up.
Which I did a little bit, but so okay. So picture so okay. You know how people tell you that something is going to be bad or terrible or awful or whatever, and you go, no, you know what? It can't be. No, it can't be that bad, right?
Like dating
I-
Mikey.
Thanks, Gina.
Sorry.
You just summed up my entire fucking dating life. Yeah, like it can't be that bad. Come on, there's got to be something redeeming in this, whatever. They were underselling it in how fucking terrible the show. Like, I'm not joking. It took like I had to stop it, go away, come back, restart. Like I had to like keep going
That
back
bad?
and forth. Start. It was that bad because it was
It's-
just
yeah.
it was just infuriating. You're watching it and it's like how like I can't imagine the amount of money that was fucking wasted on this. You know what I mean? Oh, that is the one thing that we did forget to I forgot to ask Dan. One of the things he was going to talk about, because we sort of talked about this, which is why that was forced to be like, in other words, why it didn't just stay fucking buried, right? Like they didn't just fucking
Take the tax break and go move on.
well, yeah, exactly. One of and Dan and I talked about this. One of the issues is it was definitely contractual, right? Like there was something in the producers, but either contract, or I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the fucking the showrunner's name. The showrunner, whatever.
Matt Shackman? No, not Matt Shackman.
No. It's
Kugler?
No, it's not actually Kugler. It's actually a woman. It's a black woman. Who is the creator of this monstrosity. So there was probably there had to be something, a clause or something in the contract where it had to be shown, period. Like they couldn't get out of that. Otherwise they would have buried it. They would have just dug a hole, buried it, and just pretended it never existed.
Well, they kind of still are burying it by dropping half to show
Well, yeah.
one week and then have to. But yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, with Batgirl, it just never came out.
Or they didn't have to air it.
But
That's why.
there was but there was probably nothing in the contract that said we had to show this. Like we have to do this.
Oh, you think there was a
You
clause
have
in
to-
it?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You have to fucking put this out.
A clause that says you have to, or there's significant penalties.
Correct. In other
Penalties
words,
larger than a tax break would have been that would save them.
correct. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yes.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
kind of like the way car companies do recalls.
Yeah.
Is the cost of
Yeah,
the
you do
recall
you
less,
do the math.
or is it
Yeah.
more than the cost of everyone dying?
You do the math. Yep. Simple math. Oh,
Oh,
we have to pay $5 million to this chick to show it, or we got to pay 25 or 30 or God knows whatever if we don't show
Oh,
it as a
yeah.
penalty. And yep.
hmm,
That's the ticket. Yep.
yikes.
Yeah. So yes, this show, and when I mean it's awful, I mean like awful in the sense that it's fucking racist as fuck. Like this is one of the most racist shit that I've ever seen in a long, like, yeah, like every character who, like every non-Caucasian character is a criminal, gay
Well,
and a criminal, devil
Except-
worshiping, and fucking like
Except-
what the fuck.
except for the dean of the college, the one who calls her out for
Oh,
for
yeah,
being
yeah.
for she's
I'm
actually
sorry.
based. The cat character's based. She's only
Yes.
for a minute or two, but still.
Yeah, but she was
she's
like
based.
she was there for like 30 seconds and then she
Yeah, like you're being kicked out because you cheated.
Yeah. Oh,
You did
yeah,
this.
and that's the other thing too is so instead of so the character gets kicked out of college, and instead of like accepting the consequences and going, okay, fuck, I need to change my life around, and no, the answer is do more crime.
She steals the suit she's been making.
Yeah, steals the suit, do more crime. Like what?
Lux Knight says, "How I feel about the dumb Iron Man reboot?"
Oh, Peter
it's
farting on
the-
Meg's face.
It's the
Yep.
shut up, Meg.
Yeah. Farting on Gina.
Yeah, it's a bad one. Thank you, Deluxe Knight.
Yes.
Do you notice I have not used one thing from a soundboard tonight?
Yeah.
Yes, but nice.
What do you mean? That could have used a shut up, Meg.
No, I was too entranced.
No.
No, I mean right now.
Oh,
But you didn't
I mean,
say well, now you're saying
as for
You
this,
didn't
it
say anything before.
It feels wrong. It's not
Because she
natural.
said it.
yeah.
It feels forced. It's
wrong.
like you're forcing it now.
Ugh.
We don't all have to do what you want to do, Gina. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's all do what you want to do.
God.
Sound like my children.
Was it Ace Ventura? Ace Ventura? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace
Some
Ventura
of some of these questions, but in your game notes, like what is something that legacy media gets wrong about the industry, or a narrative that should be debunked about the industry? That's a good question.
Well, next time.
Well, he kind of got into that a little bit, which is the thing that he was mentioning about the first drafts. Because for a very fucking long time, that was like a dirty secret that they didn't talk about. They didn't mention the fact that, oh yeah, we're not really developing shit. We're just kind of throwing it out there and hope with $200 million a pop, and then hopefully it works. You're like, holy shit, you retard, like what? That's never been the industry model or the fucking business model in the industry ever. Never. That's like, oh my fucking god, you're just throwing away money. You're just burning money at that point.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was deeply pleasant.
So deep.
Yeah, that's why
Dude,
I've been friends with him for well over God, Jesus Christ, since 2012, I think, or 2011.
I would
He's a
love
smart man.
I would
Yeah.
love to know what a cocky pain in the dick Mikey looks like walking in with his script, slamming it down and going, "I've aced this class."
That's you say that like
Probably how it happened.
That's exactly pretty much how. I mean, I wasn't
His hat on backwards, you know.
like I
his
didn't look at
sleeves
him and
tucked
like
in.
I didn't fucking like do one of these, but I basically like just okay, can you give me my A and can I fucking right I got shit to do, can you whatever.
Amanda.
Yeah. So there was no reason for him to put up with me. There was no fucking reason to for him to be like, oh yeah, this kid he got some moxie or something, whatever, right? No reason.
Deluxe Knight says, Darnell, you could have used the chirp when he was talking about suit stealing.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
okay.
no.
That's okay. That's okay.
I maybe next time. I mean, when I'm not such like starstruck, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, but since then, yeah. So that was God, Jesus, yeah. I want to say 2011 or 2012. It's
long
over
time,
a
eh?
decade. It's well over a decade. So like 12, 13 years, give or take. Yeah, I lost track. After
How
like
much
year 10,
nepotism have you benefited from?
Oh, from him?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, he's the reason why I have a fucking career. Like, are you kidding me? He knows that. I fucking told him that a million times. He knows that. He's the reason I had like any remote kind of debauchery
He's
success.
the reason
whatever.
why
Yeah.
Jessica Alba put her lips up against your cock.
Well, her butt. Not
Yeah.
And
Well,
he missed a
yeah,
date
she was
with
bent
Hillary
over.
Duff.
You know, there was like.
Well, no, actually, no. That was actually not Dan. Dan, that was one that Dan was not responsible for. That was somebody.
He got you into the industry, is what he's saying.
But so no. So the thing with that, I think I thought I told you how I got that job. How I got that job, to this day I don't know who to thank for that, because it was through a student film. Like, because up to that point, when I was still in school, I was doing student films, and you just network with people and you just work with people, right? And just try to do your best. And somebody dropped my name to them, to the people hiring, and they're like, "Hey, this kid's really awesome. You should hire him for a coordinator thing." And I was like, but they never told me. Never told me who it was. So I don't know who. So that wasn't Dan. That I know that we've talked about that. That was not Dan. But the shit after that, like going higher up in the ranks, that's a whole different story. That's Dan. That is definitely attributed to Dan. Yes.
Dan is responsible for you and Brie Larson's feet then.
Yes. Unfortunately, yes.
He still hasn't taught you enough to teach me how to read properly, though.
Well, Gina, he's not a miracle worker, Gina. He's not Santa Claus. There's only so much
Gina finally is in the basement.
Yeah.
Yay!
You know what's funny is your background. I thought that kind of looks like Dan's background or Dan's office. That's why it's a little weird because it's like the same kind of color palette too. And
So this literally, I was like, this just needs to get done today. And I came down into the basement and I was like, what's going on down here? So I basically cleaned and rearranged the entire basement, got this all set up, and I was like, oh shit, what do I do? That's literally a sheet from Target. I went there like an hour and a half before the show started.
Wow.
I could not tell. I thought it looks like you painted it. Honestly,
I
it
know.
like you painted in the background.
It's just a sheet.
Yeah.
It looks like you painted it.
And it's kind of nice, Darnell. You would like it because it's my stepfather put this in this desk area in for my daughter to do her arts and crafts. So it's like a blank slate of just what I can color on.
Paper.
I would love
No.
that. Design a desk.
Paper.
Oh, I've just been doodling hearts.
Oh.
Typical woman.
So moral of the story, Gina came in the basement.
I came in the basement.
Nice. Gina, some of the boys and girls in the chat want to know where your headphones are.
They're right here with me still.
Oh,
The next obvious question is going to be, Gina, why aren't you wearing them?
Because I can't get them to connect the right way.
The reason is, chat, is because they don't do the LED headphone pussycat ears and be wired at the same time. I didn't realize that when I bought them for her. That's my mistake. I'm sorry. I've let you all down.
But there is a...
Those ears are so big, they're like fox ears.
Wait, they can't do Bluetooth and the lights?
That's stupid.
No,
Really?
as soon as I stick something in the hole, the lights turn off.
No. The lights only work with Bluetooth.
Oh, okay.
Was I the only one who heard that?
No, you weren't.
The moment she wires them, the lights turn off. So I've told her to get a 3.5 millimeter Bluetooth adapter that will plug into her soundboard, and then they will Bluetooth to it, and then it should probably work just fine.
$20.
Oh,
it's a Bluetooth adapter for my computer.
Yeah,
that's
what I mean. Because Sean tried helping me connect it to my computer, but it was weird. It only worked when my head was in certain positions.
No, AirPods, everything. When this one dies,
I'm not even lying.
I connect these through it. I connect my AirPods through it. It's great.
They they light up different colors. Like I can have it just rainbow the whole time.
That's pretty cool.
Deluxe Knight for 5 says someone better clip Gina on
I
that
did it
one.
Twice.
Wow.
That was twice. She had 2 bangers in there. I don't know if you
Well,
They
caught
fail
that.
every time I do it, so I didn't do it.
Her head was only in a certain position. I wonder what position that was.
Yeah. Gina, you say these things. It's not us. We don't make you say these things. You just say them.
So tomorrow, my
I want to
4,000.
know who controls my character from above.
Oh, that's a good question. I would like to meet that person. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, you and the who's controlling you in The Sims? Probably you.
Simulation.
But tomorrow, my $4,000 couch that Gina's going to sleep on arrives.
Now I
So-
just need to raise 160 to get my
Oh, While we're-
passport.
that's true. While we're talking, I'll see if I can convince. I don't know if he'll do it, but I'll see if I can convince Dan to come on Thursday and do the scary. Because he's a big.
Wait,
he's
Friday. Friday.
I don't know. Oh, I mean Friday. My bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, because there's no school on Saturday, so I'll see if I can convince him.
Does
But
your
minute.
PC
what I was
have
gonna say is
Play-Doh
he's a
chewing
massive
gum?
horror fan. We didn't talk about that. He is like if you think I'm a horror fan, that fucker's like his living room, like the shelves are just filled, like it's one of those like you walk in and it's just like DVD, Blu-ray, and it's just fucking like
Yeah.
this ridiculous library, and it's more than 2/3 of it are horror or some kind of it's
That's-
horror and Japanese horror and or some combination of
That's how my house was before my brothers ransacked it for meth money.
Oh.
I had like 5,000 DVDs, 10,000 DVDs, something like that.
Yeah.
All my whole wall was covered, mostly horror.
Oh.
Yeah, no, dude, Dave, seriously, like that's actually one of the how we kind of connected too, because we're both like
Deluxe Knight.
massive horror fans. Yeah, he's cool. Wait,
When
Should I
put
just
it
read
in-
it again?
yes,
go ahead.
When I
Yes.
put it in the hole, it turns off. Lamau.
Thank you, Deluxe.
Yeah, we need to somehow get him on a Saturday. Maybe not this coming Saturday, because Chris won't be here. But maybe we can get an off the rails with the 6 of us. 'Cause
Where's Chris? Is Chris on another gig or something?
No, Chris is doing he is the guest reverend, and he
church.
yeah, he's the guest reverend for that Sunday morning, and so he's already talked to me about all of that, and he's super pumped. I'm super pumped for him, and he needs to be
Allergies bad.
he needs to be well rested and prepared to do his big sermon in front of all the many people. So yeah, that's where he's going to be. But yeah, it would be nice if I had the 6 of us together to talk all that stuff, because I bet that they would have a few things to say.
Oh, can you guys hear the fan pointed at me?
Hold on.
Nope.
Okay,
No.
cool.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
maybe your what do you call it? Your smoke detector might have gone off. Did you change the batteries?
Oh, I stole the batteries a while ago.
Okay.
Shut up, Meg.
There we go. There we go. Back to our real form there.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we
There we go. Okay. Yeah.
There we
That's what I was kind of expecting. So ladies and gentlemen, the bonus hole is this Tom Holland
yeah.
for James Bond. You know what? Just put me out of my misery. Could you imagine Tom Holland as James Bond? I can't.
Oh.
No, I can
Okay.
imagine Tom Holland as the James Bond that got beat up in high school.
I missed the soundboard.
Okay. I'm not exaggerating when I say he's like 5'4", dude. He is fucking tiny. What? No, you're not James Bond, dude. Like what? Why?
Wolverine is 5'3".
Okay, no. If you want to play Wolverine, a comic accurate Wolverine, that's fine. Okay.
Short guys are fun too.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. I'm 4'11".
you.
What are you talking
Darnell.
about?
No, Darnell,
Fuck you.
Darnell, you fucking tower over Tom Holland.
I'm
not kidding.
5'6". I'm
You would-
5'6".
You fucking. I'm not joking when I say
He's 5'4".
tiny. He's like Gina size. He's fucking.
He's
tiny.
5'4".
I'm not kidding. He's fucking tiny.
He's wee.
He's a wee man. You are not a wee man. He's a wee man.
No, of course I'm not. I'm a big man,
Yeah.
right up
He's a
in
wee-
here.
and he's skinny. It's not just that he's he's also fucking
Yeah.
compact.
Hello,
human being.
CW.
Hello.
USB to computer for audio output, bypassing mixer on that end. It only has Bluetooth and it has, what is that, 3mm?
Yeah. Just
3.5.
get that thing up. I could send you what it is. It's like $20. You can connect all your shit to your computer if you don't have a wireless card in your computer.
Well,
The same math applies. So you're gonna plug the Bluetooth adapter into your soundboard, and then the headphones to that.
No,
And
it's
then-
USB. It's USB.
I don't know if I have any more USB ports open left on
No,
my
she can
computer.
she can hook it up to her computer. It just doesn't work well because of her
To your
broadcast
machine,
soundboard.
your fucking transformer. It doesn't work. You have a fucking like. You
It
have like
doesn't.
Knight Rider, not Knife Rider, Knight Rider. Fucking for a computer, it doesn't work.
I don't know. I tried it upstairs. I mean, I could try it again down here and see if it's less of a Bluetooth hole, but
I'm sorry, Michael. I cannot do that.
yeah, I had to be like over here, and then I had to like tilt my head over here, and like
Oh yeah, just
Yeah.
like that. Keep going.
it was like lying in bed trying to be lazy while giving a blowjob.
Oh yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah. Oh yeah. I am done.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Oh, my.
it just didn't work. It worked on my phone.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Neuro,
it
have you-
works
Neuro, have
well
you
on
been
the
here the
phone.
whole time? Okay,
Twig.
My bad.
No,
No.
no,
I don't know, bud.
they just came in.
Oh,
On every
okay.
show.
Gotcha.
Oh Jesus Christ! The audience is back up to strength now after our snafu.
Fireworks stand. Security by that. 3 to 5 hours sleep a second is amazing.
Living a life in the travel trailer, walking around the fireworks stand. Night security this week, 3 to 5 hours sleep in segments is amazing because I get to be here and carry bang bang bad guy toys openly.
Bang bang.
Love
Wait,
it.
hold on, Deluxe. What state are you in? Out of curiosity.
Denial.
He's in. He's
Yeah.
Guys,
Yes.
make sure you're smashing that like button, please. And if you are lurking, even if you just type a period in the chat, we do have a new
There is a new Rumble
requirement
requirement. Yeah, a new.
that we
Oh,
have.
you're in Washington? Is that Jesus Christ? I thought they had shitty guns.
Thanks, Darnell.
In Washington.
Period in the chat. Yeah, so there is for us Rumble creators there is a new requirement, and that requirement is to have unique, special, individual chatters, and as opposed to the same person doing all of the chatting. So if you're lurking, just say hello. Just say hello. I mean, if you're chatting, just call me a fag or something. Just do something.
RP, I'm scrolling up, dude. I as of
I
10
have
minutes
been
ago,
throwing your comments up,
there's
Jack.
nothing from YouTube, bro. The last thing is
Yeah.
12:29. You said is
Yo.
Daniel Ken Watanabe.
Dude, yeah,
That's the
I
last thing I
thought the
see.
YouTube chat up the whole time. There's nothing here. Am I crazy?
And we had some Rumble. We had some issues.
Yeah,
this
no, I was
evening.
watching chat the whole time. There's nothing.
Shut up,
You want
Twig.
your chat
My
or his
YouTube
chat?
or your YouTube? Maybe
Hers.
Sean's YouTube.
I don't know. It was
No,
just
both
Rumble.
YouTubes were great. We did
Oh.
have a pretty significant Rumble outage. That Rumble outage actually the way in which it erased the stream, it erased it as if it never existed.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Okay.
so all the watch hours, all the everything, it's like it never even existed. So
Oh, lovely.
so this stream tomorrow, I'm gonna put up in its entirety tomorrow as like a premiere so everyone will be able to, join in and watch and relive some of that really awesome information that Dan gave us. Deluxe Knight says, yes, Washington has been getting bad for gun laws, but we are still an open carry state.
That's crazy.
I didn't know that.
Huh. Okay.
I didn't know Washington was an open carry state.
I thought Washington was an open take your guns away state.
Yeah.
But then again, what the fuck do I know? I live in an open take your guns away country.
True. We just passed a law you don't have to have a concealed carry permit. You can just conceal carry wherever you want now.
Oh, that's so awesome. I have to do the training if I want to fucking do that. That's
not anymore. Not as of January 1st this year.
Cool.
Oh,
I mean, because you have to do the class, and it's like, I think it's like $50 or I don't know, whatever. But you still have to do the. Yeah, that's annoying.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm left out of all of your gun ways.
We keep telling you, come shoot guns. We're not. It's not, dude. Come to America and shoot guns.
I'm working on it.
In America, guns no shoot you. You shoot the gun.
Well,
okay. Let me walk that one back. My bad.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
And shoot a tank. Come here and shoot a tank. Better yet.
I know.
Go shoot a goddamn tank.
Yeah. Tweak in Canada, yes. I not only do I need the license, I need the training and the permission from the government. So.
Oh yeah, Ken and Dan are not related. I don't think. No.
Jack said, "Okay, I didn't hear the answer. Sorry, bud."
Deluxe Knight then goes on to say, I do also have my CC permit, so super good luck, bad boys and girls. Oh man, sounds like a badass.
Nice.
Bad girls, good girls.
I am super stoked because as soon as my check comes in, I'm buying a it's called IWI Zion. It's an AR-15.
Ooh, nice.
Tweak says a license is just permission to do something that is otherwise illegal.
Yeah, if you take a responsibility if you do something stupid.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And taxi.
We saw that, yeah.
Yeah, I bet Deluxe Knight would be the kind of guy who would holster like a Desert Eagle or something.
CE Double says if the host would stop looking like a bish with the blanket, we might have a hit show.
Hey, listen, it gets chilly in this house. You know what? I was really reasonably well dressed. Look at me. I got there's even buttons on my shirt.
Wait a second, is that a pull away? Those are like kid buttons. Those are snaps.
Those are awesome. No, I love snap shirts.
They're pearl. Look at these pearl buttons. They're pearl.
Sean,
I love shirts like that.
Those are snaps, not buttons.
No, fuck off. He's right. They're buttons, dude.
No, I'm not buttons. Saying there's anything wrong because it's easy just to rip off. But what I'm saying is those aren't buttons. Those are snaps.
So if you have to snap your pants, you say you're going to button your pants, you can snap your pants.
Well, it depends. If I have a button, I button them. If I have a snap, I snap.
It's button to me. Button across the board.
No, I do. My grandmother's a dressmaker. Are you kidding me? I was drilled on that as a child.
Oh my god. The point is, for Ken, I froze to death, but I looked reasonable.
I was drilled as a child.
Jack is working on the last of his moves, so I'm using my mulligan. Oh shit.
Yeah. So F1, $144 million, that's pretty great.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah, well, no, it was surprising because it was it was number one, but also B. I forgot to ask Dan about this. It made more money. Well, I guess that makes sense. It made more money internationally than it did domestically. It was like 60-40, like 60% came from just international to like 40%.
F1 is bigger.
Yeah, I mean makes sense.
Although you know what? One of the reasons why this movie is going to do so well? Netflix.
I'll be right back.
I'm listening.
A little show.
Okay.
A little show called Drive to Survive. When Liberty Media.
Breaking things.
What the fuck are you doing? When Liberty Media bought Formula One, right, from Bernie Ecclestone, Liberty Media was like, hey, Formula One is really awesome. It's really big. Everyone in the entire world loves Formula One, except North America. How are we gonna fix that?
Make a fucking awesome movie about it.
And then no. What they did was they made a reality show about it. I have the IWI TS12
Dude,
gauge
nice.
Springfield
Fuck
XD
yeah,
Mod 2
modded,
is my
it's
daily
modded.
carry.
Okay,
Also
okay.
carry Conan
Damn.
1911 357 Magnum.
You just carry around a fucking 1911. Oh shit. Fuck, dude. That's a serious gun, my friend. Yeah, I'm getting the but deluxe. I'm gonna get the Zion. I've heard it's a really good, just like out of the box, like mil spec fucking gun. So I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that bad boy out. But I'm definitely gonna add on a couple of accessories to it. At minimum, a fucking red dot, and maybe a fucking night vision if I can find a nice little night vision fucking for it. That'd be pretty badass. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Butterfingers.
Yeah. Okay. So Liberty Media did this thing called we're gonna work with Netflix. Give Netflix this is the 7th season. We're gonna give Netflix the shocking amount of like unprecedented access to the drivers, the teams, all that stuff. So I mean, the season, the show kind of looks like this. Oh shit!
Sound.
The sport
Wait.
is tough.
You cannot underestimate the mental pressure.
You have all the eyes on you from the outside.
Nothing to see here.
We are the Kardashians of Formula One.
Oh God, why?
Perfect.
Any team needs total unity.
Our biggest rival is ourselves.
Look at Sean's face.
After
know.
12 years together, Lewis tells me I'm going to Ferrari. Really?
Good for Lewis. Good for his bank account.
If you don't perform, you're out. I control you every millimeter.
Race trumps Verstappen!
I never thought I'd have a challenge like this in my career. Fuck.
We'll see if we can get him to crack.
Zach is a prick.
I'm fighting my ass off.
That's the most scared I've been in my life.
You know what competition's like.
Ruthless.
Some people rise to it. Some people don't.
Let's go!
You didn't ask me, how do you feel getting sacked?
How did you feel about
I couldn't give a
Oh, Gunther Steiner.
I thought that you said that they could lose and it'd still be fine.
Yeah, because of the fucking ad money,
The
right?
trailer just said if you not performing, you're out. I don't get it. I'm confused. Like legitimate. I'm not being a dick. I'm confused.
Ask that question again.
So you said it doesn't matter if you win or lose.
Yeah. For a
It's fine.
sponsorship and a team.
It's
For
fine.
Yeah.
sponsorship.
But the trailer right there, it said if you don't perform, you're out.
Yeah, as the driver.
But that's what I'm saying. If you're driving and you keep losing, you said it's fine if you keep losing.
There are certain general kind of expectations of
Okay.
where
Got it.
where a car can be driven,
Understandable.
right? So I
Okay.
mean, if it's realistically, let's say being 5th place, then they're going to want you to be in and around that because at
Regularly.
the end of the season, one or 2 points difference between teams, that could be $10 to $20 million difference that's given out at the end of the year for teams, but also like R&D and whatnot.
Okay.
So-
Okay. I get it. I get it.
So Formula One was rather unpopular, and then Liberty Media and Netflix put this show together, and then all of a sudden people kind of fell upon it. They watched it and they were hooked, and then they're like, I'm gonna check out this Formula One race. It's in Austin. There's one in Montreal. There's one in Las Vegas now. There's one in Mexico. There's actually some of these races are really, really close. And then so a lot of celebrities started going to it. And then there's a lot of like behind the scenes stuff, right? Ginger Spice, Jerry Halliwell, that's Jerry Horner. She's married to Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull Racing. So you actually go into their house and you see a lot of the way that they live and all that stuff. So now wives are like, oh, what's their personal life like?
So they were smart about their marketing. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and and then so it's like, but it's also the drama. Lewis Hamilton is, been a Mercedes driver for like so long, and all of a sudden he left to Ferrari. Oh, so much drama. And it has pulled people in, and to the point where the Liberty Media was like, you know what? I bet we can make a movie, and I bet people will like it because they're in love with the show. And so because of Netflix, in a long roundabout way, the Formula One movie is actually going to do well.
Side note, Cassie says, Sean, you look cute as fucking flannel.
I am a lumber.
Oh, nice change and props, brother. You look handsome.
Thank you.
Did you notice he looks handsome?
Yeah, I am a lumber snack. I've been told.
The lumber snack.
A lumber snack. Yeah.
Mike, I noticed your camera didn't do its shit all night. It stayed focused.
He's in black.
Oh, it stayed focused all night.
I was smart.
Yeah, his black don't crack.
Black don't
crack. I thought you wear black every night.
Yeah.
CW has a few NASCAR trading cars.
I'm laughing at tweet, not at this.
Davey, the announcers are British. They're not French. I'm just saying. But anyways, that's the reason why F1 is doing so well. Also, Brad Pitt was all like, "Look at me, my head is shaved, and I'm handsome again," and whatnot.
So it made me think of Family Guy. How Peter mentions how the cop cars in London in the UK sound like two gay dudes having sex. The cars, it sounds like a gay guy like revving up for like an orgasm. He's like.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to unhear that when I watch the race next weekend.
The retardation.
Me, it just sounds like every woman at the end while they're trying to. Like you've been making that sound 15 minutes. Hurry up.
That's just a gay guy.
Stunning retardation.
See?
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
Yes.
thanks, Jay.
Yes.
Also, you know what I noticed? The chat was really, really, for the most part, was really, really good during that. The inappropriate emoji letters only came out once Dan left.
Yeah,
very respectable.
It was
people.
very respectful.
Now,
Although
be
I think you would have liked
unrespectful, please, and go ahead and hit that fucking like button on the new stream, please.
I think Dan might have been okay with it though. Just based on how he talked.
Dude, you're not gonna make Dan blush. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, no, it's not. It's not just that. It's not just that. Making them blush. It's also part of having a chat that's still respectful towards a guest, right?
I like some other streams where the host disrespects the guest. We respect our guest here.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Tweak said it's because he wasn't here yet.
Dude,
missed
Tweak
it.
is fucking awesome.
I'll start talking about the Jews.
Well, Dan apparently was a fucking Asian Nazi.
Yeah,
he's a
like,
Japanese
white,
Hitler.
Fucking white supremacist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amanda, you always make me blush.
Yeah, that's
And
I guess.
flat Earth.
Corky. Fucking Dave.
Oh,
What is? I don't know what
God.
that is.
He has Down syndrome. He has Down syndrome.
He's a retard.
He has Down syndrome.
Oh,
The
Corky.
actor
I'm
has Down syndrome.
He's a full-on retard.
I do not, Davey. Take it back.
Oh god.
Oh,
Like Down syndrome, like full on, yeah. Oh god.
but he was the star of the show.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Oh
But
goodness.
he talked like this.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh god. Oh, that was funny. Ah, Dave, thank you. What are we
What are you counting down for?
don't know what are we doing?
Stop.
Share that, please.
Yes, sir.
I'm scared. Oh yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh fuck.
Hi, Cork.
Hi, Becca.
I'm really glad you showed up. I mean, things have been kind of weird between us.
I know.
Well, I'm ready to do our old number.
That's not a good one.
Same on my part.
I'm sorry,
Doesn't
Becca.
matter.
I'm doing
I used to wear my hair like that.
And you're not in it.
Oh. Well, it's okay. It really
Oh, that
doesn't
looked
matter.
so hot though.
Shut up, see you double.
Oh my
Good
god.
question, CW. Who did get the foot jobs, Gina?
Oh my god. We used to be a country. Oh fuck. That used to be on national television or
That was on.
uh,
Wasn't it on TGI Friday? Like, it was
yeah,
like a
yeah,
flagship
TGI
show.
Friday. Yeah. Oh god.
Mikey.
Deluxe says, Mikey, I'd send in a couple photos if I could. Bulletproof.
Disneyland.
Yeah.
Yeah, by Damon Wayans. Disneyland.
Hmm. Well, Deluxe
Corky's
Night.
hairstyle was hot. Is that what you were
the
saying?
girl with the big glasses.
No, he's talking about the librarian chick. Or
Yeah,
whatever
with
she
the
was.
fucking
Every girl in the
feathered out
80s?
hair and stuff like
Yeah.
that. The 80s. I mean, maybe it's because I'm old.
My hair gets stuck in the 80s every so
and
often.
Gina puts on a good feathered hair every once again. But Deluxe Night, if listen, man, if one night you're not doing farm stuff, the important shit that you do, and you want to come on and whatnot, you can. Because I heard you're on Davey's show the other day. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Alright.
you
Yeah. Talk. We can talk ARs, man. We can talk guns. I'll talk guns with folks. I don't care.
yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be all right. So the YouTube stream has been going on nearly 4
Yep.
hours.
Yep.
The
Yep,
Rumble
still going.
stream
Still
has
going.
only been technically in existence for an hour and a half, because everything else is like it never happened. It didn't exist, which is so gay. Is there anything in the gay notes you want to touch on, or is there anything else you want to touch on, or
I
is
just like. No, I'm trying to think. Okay, you covered tiny fucking 007 or 003 and a half, whatever the fuck he is.
Double O midget.
00 fucking midget. No, because there wasn't any good trailers either. That's kind of annoying. Oh, there was one thing that I can mention, and I forgot to. Oh, God damn it. Elio, whatever the fuck that name of the new Pixar movie that came out.
yeah, the Elliot one where he goes
It's
and be
totally
Tweak, I
shit.
wasn't itching my crotch. I was adjusting my underwear.
She was.
A good observation. I see now I can't do that.
There was an article that came out today that
scratch all the time.
that
and
said
no
that
one
the
knows.
reason
No, I
that
was
it,
just fixing my underwear because sometimes they get a
Right.
little tight when I constantly fidget in my seat. So sometimes the lace gets a little spots it shouldn't be. That's all.
I synced it.
Why are you
Gina,
fidgeting? Are
Gina,
you
why-
rocking back? Are you sitting on Stitch's tail again? Is that what you're doing?
No, but I'm constantly moving and
Gina,
You know?
I-
Yeah, they're lace. I think. Yeah, I just listen. We get to a
You-
point where Gina just mind shuts off, and I just say
yeah, you say things that you say things.
yeah.
All right, Elio.
Elio, the article came out today saying that the reason that it's doing terribly and bad is because there wasn't enough gay shit in it. That it had to be gayer. I shit you not. So originally, apparently, kind of like with what is the other Pixar movie? The sequel that came out that was supposed to be a giant lesbian thing. With all the emotions and it's all in her head.
Oh, yeah, Inside Out 2.
Inside Out 2. Okay. So if you recall, there was a story about Inside Out 2 that, and I think we talked about this, that it was
Like
supposed
trans
to be
stuff,
trans stuff, and she was supposed to be a lesbian, but Pixar and Disney went, you know what, we're gonna cut that out. Yeah, and then it made a bunch of money. Okay. Apparently that was the case with this movie as well. That it was supposed to be a story about an 11-year-old gay boy. And they cut that out. I know. So that was the story. And then on top of that, the people that were saying this in the article were saying that that's the reason why it's bombing is because they took the gay shit out and they should have put more gay shit in about an 11-year-old boy. So there you go. It's just like, bro, these fucking people are demented.
Yes, because that's the solution for everything that failed the last 6 years.
Yes, make
more
it
gay.
gay. More gay.
would have been a success.
Enough fucking gay.
Deluxe Knight says, had a blast with those guys. I mentioned your crew as well. Things could be fun. Felt like a goof, though. Got a bit nervous, and my mouth couldn't keep up with my brain once in a while.
I still feel that way.
Have you listened to us talk, me talk?
I put my foot in my mouth consistently.
There's no brain required half the time.
Gina's done it like at least a dozen times on this show.
Tonight.
Tonight.
She gives consent for you to eat her.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh, dude, I still feel nervous when I come on these shows. I feel like I don't belong here with these guys. So
stop it, dude. No.
Why?
No.
You're a bigger name than we are.
No.
Yes, because my show brings in 2 people. Yours brings in 32 a night.
Milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Nothing to do with that.
It's the other night it was 160, so that was pretty cool. No, I was nervous. I was like, oh my god. Anyway.
Yeah, I messaged him. I was like, dude, breathe. It's fine.
That was crazy.
Ignore the numbers. Just be you.
Well, when we were doing the Star Trek table reads, I think we had like 250 at one time.
I wouldn't be able to
across all the different platforms.
I'd be like, so I mean, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, yes, 30. That's very exciting. Super happy, and I'm okay with that. But once it starts to creep up, when it's just like,
I had 50.
You had 50. Gina had 50 the other night.
Nice.
I don't know. See, the thing is, Gina had 50. I don't know why she didn't manifest 60 or 70.
I manifested what I could handle.
That's such a cop out. Oh my god.
That was close.
I love you too, Mikey.
Oh my god. Poor Tant. I love Tant dearly.
Love you, Michael.
He couldn't handle that so much.
Yeah, he was losing his fucking mind.
Emotional damage.
Did they cut out all of the gay out of Elio?
Yeah, no.
Elio just makes me think of Elio Pizza.
So
it's Elliot
film,
in Spanish.
So the film is or as gay free, I guess, as it could possibly be. But just the fucking fact that you would do that, period, to a film directed at kids, and the fucking main actor or the main character, whatever, is a fucking 11-year-old boy. Like you fuckers are, there's something wrong. Like, dude. Like I was reading that and just going, okay, so not only are you saying the quiet part out loud, but you're also saying you want more gay shit. Like,
yeah.
Holy fuck.
So I mean, overall, was it just not a good film? Was it a technically bad film? Like that's why people didn't want to watch it, or
well, yeah, it's a mess because that's the other thing. That's unfortunately I mean, I can only imagine how much gay shit in it because it feels like that they cut out a lot. What it sounds like is they cut out so much that it's just kind of like kind of a mess now, kind of an incoherent mess. Yeah. So the answer is shove more gay into. Okay, cool, whatever. Yeah.
Deluxe Knight says, "Bruh, she just did it again. Lol, manifested what I could handle."
It's okay, Gina.
She does do that. She does manifest what she can handle. We love Gina. We wouldn't have her any other way.
Yes. Pigeon dildos and all. Her face. Oh god. Yay!
Oh, wait.
Yay!
Does that work?
That's our fucking mascot.
Turn the other
That's
way.
the show's mascot.
Oh, I have to go that way.
Yeah, back your head up.
Oh, so I could just use the microphone.
Back up. No, back up. You have to back up. to your-
Why are you terrible at this?
I don't know how to use a green screen, and then everything's backwards because I
Just
mirror
turn your head
shit.
and go to your right. Your right is
You
your
don't know how
left.
to use a green screen. You don't have one.
You know what I mean? This whole fucking shit.
Just look. Your
Oh,
right,
I know it's all in Fun Deluxe. I wouldn't want it any other way. Trust
Your
me.
right on screen is your left. So if you want to do something on the left side, you lean to your right. That's your right.
Oh, this is my right.
You lean to your right to go left. There you go. Now turn your head.
No, there's too much.
They don't-
There's too much stuff.
God damn
No, maybe I'll take the I'll take the
Background?
pigeon out. Yeah, and then
Pigeon's name is Pildo.
Held up.
Pildo the pigeon.
Baldo the pigeon.
That's our new
Fucking
mascot.
pigeon.
That's our new mascot.
Fucking pigeon.
A fucking pigeon. Fucking dildo strap-on.
Pildo forever.
Oh god.
Baldo for.
The fact that Dan agreed to come on the show.
We were very well behaved when he was
No,
here.
no.
Hey.
He's seen because that's the thing. It's not like he hasn't seen the show. So or any of the other.
He's just been a lurker.
Yeah, he's just been, he.
You mean I've had a Hollywood exec watch me
Yeah.
do retardation?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, Dan. Sorry, I was gonna say Dan. Sean. He's not the only one because people tune in when I'm like, hey, you should check out the show. People tune in.
Why do they do that?
To see Gina say stupid
To
shit.
see, yeah, basically, yeah.
They're
He's
developing
like,
a pilot
"Bro, you have
on
to
you.
tune in and listen to this shit this broad says.
They're developing a pilot for a podcast TV
Yes.
show.
Specifically for
About
a
a
Canadian
podcaster
a Canadian podcaster. Yes.
and his team of idiots.
Yes.
The team of retards.
Team of pigeons.
Oh my god.
The Musketards. And Tardanian.
You, I keep
yeah.
telling you, Sean. I
Tardanian.
keep telling you. I fucking know people. I'm not just saying that to like fucking. Make
Okay, and
myself
I
feel
never
bad.
doubted you.
But
Now you got him all nervous and flustered.
No. Don't change. Don't change.
Uncle
shit.
Clem,
Don't
talk
fucking-
amongst yourselves.
No. Yeah. He thinks it's hilarious. I'm just the yeah. They think it's fucking ridiculous and hilarious.
We are fun. No matter where I
Yeah.
go, when I go into chats, they're like, "Where's Sean? You guys are great together."
What are they gonna do when you're like in my house podcasting with me?
It's gonna be weird.
It's gonna be weird.
We'll be upstairs
and-
with all the
and-
kids and the
and-
shit.
And if anyone is wondering why would Gina be at Sean's house? It's it has nothing to do with me. Actually, it has everything to do with my wife. Yeah, my
She
wife.
somehow thinks life would be simpler if Gina was
My
there.
wife.
No, my wife and
wife.
Gina are friends, and they message each other all day long.
Sean's worlds
wife.
collide into one.
Yeah, and my wife's like, "Hey, Gina, why don't you come on down? You can come visit and blah 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 blah." And Gina's like, "Yeah, okay, sounds great."
And then the next thing you know, she's buying a couch for Gina.
Yeah, and then my wife's like, "Hey, and you know what would be so great? I would love to go to Salem, Massachusetts, and see if do you think Gina can take me?"
Yeah, and then she can take Erin and go down to Connecticut because I don't do Gilmore Girls shit.
Yeah, so
I'd be like the daughter she never had.
Independent Sean is dying.
well, you know what? I don't believe that's necessarily true. What I think is what's gonna happen is I don't know, independent Sean, and I guess the other Sean. The worlds will get close, kind of, and they'll be like side by side like balls. But then I'll just have to get 2 women's snacks instead of just one. That's
Oh, Sean.
We're gonna hear about a love triangle murder.
Oh goodness!
What Jay said. The couch is really
Couch is really
to
for me to
on.
sleep on. Because
There'll be no bumping tacos with Sean's wife.
no, although it's a nice couch though. It's a nice couch. Bro, work on a Musketards stream. Sounds like my kind of bag. Maybe I'll have to. I've been thinking about an intro for the show. I even made some music for it. I should probably
Amanda,
put Musketards in there.
I'm gonna be joining that club too pretty soon here. Because I gotta get up fucking work tomorrow. Ugh. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what time?
Amanda's trying to steal me from you.
No, you don't get her. She's mine.
When will we? I have to get my passport, so the paperwork is filled out. Now I just need to come up with the 165 in order to get it. I think he meant all 3 of you would be bumping tacos. Sean, do you have something to tell us?
Yes, I am a troon. Or I make tacos in bed and the lettuce gets everywhere.
All right, Mikey. Do you want to tell the boys and girls where they can find you next? Where, when, why, and how hard?
That's set up. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Okay, so right there on Rumble, Killer Games Cast, and of course Pill the Next, Killer Mike G. Next episode or next whatever, actually Friday, because we moved or we shifted the scary. So Panic Room is not going to be Thursday. It will be Friday, exact same time, same time, same channels, whatever. Just we're going to do it on Friday. But I'll remind everyone. I'll throw it out on X, whatever. Yeah.
Deluxe says I'd work on a Muscatard stream as a regular.
Yeah, and we'd love to have you. Although, I mean, it's kind of what this. It's kind of what this is, isn't it? Yeah. We'd love to have you, Deluxe Knight.
Yeah, Bright. The gay border is currently stopping Gina from coming there.
You know what the gay border is? The gay border is currently stopping Anton's meat from entering my mouth.
Yep. And clip that.
Thank you. Yep.
That clip is an advertisement for King
Mandy
of
is baiting me with baby. Oh, baby.
I want Anton's biltong so much. I watch him make it, and everyone's like, "Oh, biltong is so great." Fuck. I'm left out.
It's restricted private. It won't work.
That's weird.
What the hell?
No.
Restricted private?
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know what that means.
I have no idea what that means either.
Oh, yeah. This video is restricted/private.
Oh, maybe it thinks it's sexual.
Everything I say is sexual.
Yeah, that's everything she says.
Oh. Maybe it's
Literally.
okay. Then. Restricted.
Oh well,
private.
fuck it.
What a weird thing that is.
Baby bait. Oh, babies. Oh, and I went to Target today. I had to walk by the baby section. My days are over now.
Oh, I can play it just
You
fine.
have 3 of them.
I
youngest
do, and
turned
they're
6
all
today.
grown up now. They can all wipe
Yeah.
their own ass. I can leave the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
I can take trips whenever I want to.
Just remember that when you think about a baby.
Yeah.
I do.
My youngest turned 6 yesterday, and it's now yesterday, and I'm liking it. Wife hates it, but I'm loving it.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of kids growing up, we made it's a bit of a
Good night, Cassie.
Like Cassie, it's a bit of a story, but yesterday my wife made bunk beds.
Rephrase that.
Oh, listen, I'll get there. I attempted to
There
make
we
bunk beds. Yeah. So we we had these IKEA bunk beds that Elliot was supposed to use, and he was gonna use these bunk beds with my firstborn when he was still with us. It just never happened, and so now we broke up the bunk beds and we're like, okay, Elliot, you're gonna get the top and Griffin will have the bottom. But then he was like, I don't know how to climb a bunk bed. Anyways, point is, my wife built these IKEA bunk beds. It took her over 8 hours, but the most important part was, in over 8 hours, she only completed 50 or less % of it. Yeah.
So one.
And then right before bed, she shouts, I can't build these beds. And I hurt my hand. And then she ran into the bedroom. And I'm like, great, I can't watch the children and fix your fuck up at the same time. But so I had to do exactly just that. Anyway, so I had to rapidly disassemble the bed because you fucked it up. And then rapidly rebuild this.
And shake the screws out of the.
Yeah, it was brutal, but yeah. So then I had to teach Elliot how to climb a ladder and climb down the ladder, and now he's like this. He's this big boy that sleeps on top of a bunk bed, and he's all proud of himself and it's like a 2-step ladder. But he's like, he cried, I'm so scared, it's so high. But through a little aggression, he figured it out. I taught him well. So yes, he's now grown up a little bit. I'm so proud of him for doing that. Deluxe Knight says, hell yeah, empty nester, all 7 out of my house. And I'm a grandpa ×2 now. You'll have more opportunities to wipe butts again someday later, Gina.
I know.
7?
Good Lord. Good.
Oh my God. That's insanity. And I say that as somebody with 4 autistic children.
Fucking holy shit.
I mean, his pull-out game was worse than mine.
Yeah. It's
He's a
non-existent.
farmer.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's true. But yeah, man. And then it was my trouble, or no, it was sorry. It was my fault for her taking so long because I didn't check to see if she was having any trouble.
Well, obviously.
I was like, "What are you talking about, lady? I brought you dinner an hour ago. You didn't care to mention something then." Anyways, so yeah, that's a story from yesterday. Oh yeah.
Oh, those are cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's an all right bed. It's fine. It's reasonable. Okay, right. Where do we leave off?
Cindy K was saying hi to you.
I love you, Cindy Bun.
These underwear are not,
No, I don't.
Do tell. Where are they going? How high up and where exactly are they going?
Cindy K says, Sean.
And I say Cindy Bun.
Heart.
Yeah.
Me too, Manda. I make all the furniture as well.
I almost started a business doing that for people because people are posting all over Facebook every time I turn around. I can't put this together. I wish someone would do it. It's like, fuck, I'll start a business.
A couple of times.
$10 an hour and do it.
I mean, they have instruction. Well, this bed.
I love putting stuff together, though.
Yeah, but it's pretty self-explanatory.
No, yeah, but at the same time, if you look at some of those pictures, they're very not clear. But at the same time, I love putting shit together.
Some days, Neuro, I do. Some days I do.
Challenge accepted.
A cross between if I really want to know what it would look like, and because they're just so cute and lovable, and yeah, they cry and all that stuff, but
yeah, and they poop.
What it would look like. I don't understand.
A lot.
Well,
No,
You never know what they're gonna look like.
Well, it's like when you play a video game character and you can randomize the character. You always click one extra time because you just want to know what it's.
Oh, Cindy, I totally would.
For $80,000.
Yeah, I was
For
about to say.
80,000.
Yeah, I was about to say you better charge. Yeah, you can charge for that.
So before my wife got pregnant,
And triplets.
before my wife got pregnant, she said that she wanted to be a surrogate. So we had a kid, and when it was done, she was like, "Yeah, I'm not fucking doing that." So many complications just for her. She's like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that for someone else."
Oh man, that would totally be my luck. I would get pregnant and be like twins or triplets.
And then wouldn't they be like, no, that's too many babies?
I don't know where they would fit.
Well,
You saw Octomom? They'd find room. They'd make room.
I was huge with my son.
yeah, that
And
lady
he
had
was
8 octopuses. So I mean,
21, and my
fuck
son
a
was
squid.
21 and a half inches long. And he came out and the nurses were like, he's as long as your inseam. And I was like, I know. They're like, where did he fit? And I was like, well, his foot was up here. His other foot was up here. His head was in my bladder. It was terrible. Terrible.
oh my goodness. Okay, Mikey. I think we left off with tell the boys and girls where to find all of your stuff.
He's been dropping it.
Sean, what ditch the blanket? It's freaking.
Oh no,
Yeah.
because all right,
Yeah.
they don't understand that in my house. Yes, okay. All right. Here in Canada, when it's cold outside, when it's winter, it's still cold in the house. Right. But when it's hot outside, when it's 100 American degrees or whatever you fucking people call it, it's
Fahrenheit?
still cold in
Yes.
my house because my wife has the air conditioner on set to like 18 degrees Celsius, which is what, like low 60s or something.
Oh, I would
like,
love that. Oh my
most-
god, I would love
it
that.
is. You
That's
can
what
almost
I sleep in, but not during the day.
you can almost it's like 24/7. You can almost see my breath in the fucking house.
I would
That's-
love that shit.
I would.
And I got a
fucking love
vent
that,
right up here.
yes.
So yes, it gets very cold in here. I am more inclined to wear a blanket in the summer than I am the winter.
I would be wearing fucking tank muscle shirts and shorts in that, and no shoes, socks in that fucking weather.
Yeah, Deluxe Ice says I've come home many times and to reverse engineering WTF someone did to that furniture and it didn't work out for them.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Neuro. Neuro makes cute kids. Just putting it out there.
How Neuro do you have time to leave it in? I mean, first of all, to meet a pretty lady, then
It takes 2 minutes.
then to wine and dine, then leave it in while you're moderating all of Rumble.
All of Rumble.
Well, he hasn't hit any recently. He's talked about when he was fucking around.
I mean, I guess that's true, but still, holy cow!
I see you, Neuro.
I love Daryl. He's great. Because every chat I go in, there he is moderating it.
Oh, Neuro, I forgot to ask you. How's that biltong thing coming along?
All right, Darnell, tell all the boys, all the girls, where they can find
Okay.
you.
Well,
all
to
the
answer
week
Gina's
long.
questions first, whenever you want. Why? Because it's me. And how hard? As hard as you want it. So you can find me at Rumble here, Darnell Quigley. X Darnell Quigley, no E before the Y because I'm an idiot and made too many accounts with Darnell Quigley. I will be tomorrow night on Moxie Dame's channel at 11 p.m. Central doing the AI dungeon, but we do fantasy. I might be here earlier. I've been kind of taking a step back recently. I'm kind of burning out, so I've been stepping back. I may or may not be here. Wednesday night, I'll be taking part in a show called Shows You Haven't Watched or Shows You Should Watch with the Eclectic Goat. We're watching some, I think, UK cop show. I forget what it's called. We watch it, then we just talk about it. So we're not actually watching on stream. Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Wait, is it 9:30? Yeah, 9:30 p.m. Central. Two Sieves and a Pig on my channel on Rumble. Specific channel is Two Sieves and a Pig. Friday, we're doing the scary with these two people at 8 p.m. on
And it's
Killer Mike's
scary.
channel. We're doing AI Dungeon. We do the scary. It is fucking awesome.
It is like real life scary.
We're taking this
No.
kind of seriously now, so it feels a little different. I'm liking it.
No, this
Um,
one, this like the no joke. This one freaked me out a little bit.
I heard
Gina,
a little bit that there was some AI knowing who you are kind of stuff, and
Me and Mikey have a baby.
without
you know what
telling it.
it did pique my curiosity a little bit.
Oh yeah, I started watching. I had to stop. I didn't finish it.
It knew that Darnell was a fucking cop, which by the way didn't feed that into the fucking AI. I didn't like. You can see my prompt on the side. You like it's very like I didn't put any fucking details. And then it knew what was it? Oh yeah, well it knew Gina had kids, but then also gave us a kid too and a daughter or some
Yeah,
shit.
but it was weird because it gave us there was a photograph of me and Mikey and a daughter
Oh yeah, yeah.
that had my eyes and Mikey's smile.
Yeah.
But then we continued to read and it was like, but that's kind of weird because we don't have a kid together.
It was just really weird. It got fucking like very meta and weird. There, it even weirded me out a little bit. I just like because I did not put any of that shit in, and it just like was pooping that out. So we'll see what happens this fucking week.
Yeah, and then I'll finish the week on insert title here with I keep forgetting his channel name. Galaxy Express Media.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Then Sunday night I'll be on Sammy Three Pete's In Other News doing stupid news stories. And I think we have a guest or something this week. We have something big this week. It's fucking hilarious. And we end with Undercover Blue Sky, where Sammy goes undercover into Blue Sky and posts on people's on leftist fucked up posts, and always puts the fingernail painting emoji.
Spider.
Oh, one last thing. You go find me on Rumble. You can also find my channel, the Sham Records official Sham Records channel. It's called something else, but it's basically that, where I have a shit ton of AI generated music. Check it out. It's coming soon to phone platforms near you.
Put in a follow me here in the chat so people can click on you and follow you.
Just type follow me here.
Yeah, just say follow me here. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Follow Darnell Quigley. Just click him. Click him. Like
click
it.
Me. Fucking
Love
click
it.
me. Okay.
Oh, my turn.
Gina.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina. I am Mom's Mystery and Mayhem. You can find me over on YouTube, Rumble, and Pilled every Sunday evening, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can also find me right here at SHRTY7081 at X. And Monday through Saturday, you can find me here at Third Railify. Monday, we do Pop Culture Beatdown. That's where you guys are now, so you know where we are. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we do news and hangout, where we all just kind of hang out, do some wacky news. Deluxe says, time for my 1 hour nightly nap night. All of you beautiful people, we love you, Deluxe.
Yep. Take a good one.
Yeah. Wednesday, you can find me here where Sean and I do a show, A Boot to Nothing, where we are battling cryptids. It's pretty neck and neck at the moment. It's been kind of, going back and forth. It's been kind of interesting. And now, instead of Thursday nights, Friday nights with these two gentlemen doing scary. So go follow Mikey over on his channel there. You can find me there before you find me on Sean. And Sean always makes a mess before I come in there. So make sure you go there, check out the mess before I have to go in and clean it up.
Semen mess.
Yep.
Yeah, just like that.
Yep.
How dare you?
What?
Our stream where you're not there for the first hour or whatever has never gone awry.
That's a fucking total lie. You can't even say that with a straight face, dear.
I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, it's a hot mess.
Oh no, that's fine. No, you know what?
We ran out of spots.
We did run out of spots.
People were like, "Hey, can I come in?" I'm like, "Hey, I literally cannot add you."
We did run out of spots. It started very serious, actually.
Gina filled all the holes.
She
Okay.
as Gina does. But
Yeah.
yes, everyone, hello. Thank you for being here. Not if you watch us on YouTube, you didn't have to do much other than just stay for the whole thing. Rumble though. Thank you for coming back. We did have some very stupid technical difficulties. It was a Rumble Direct RTMP thing. A little bit my fuck up, mostly Rumble's fuck up. But the point is, you came back, and that means the world to all of us. This whole stream, especially the large part of the vaguely in the middle, that when Dan was talking about cool stuff, well, because that's missing, we're gonna put this whole episode in its entirety on Rumble tomorrow as a probably maybe what's a good time? What's a good time for a 4.5-hour stream? In the afternoon?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 4 and 5, 6:30. I mean, maybe noon. Maybe noon.
Whatever you want. Just let me know.
2
so I
o'clock
can
because
get in the
Candy's done. Is what you're saying? Okay. You know what? Sure. Maybe 2 o'clock. I don't know, something along the lines. This we'll do the whole thing as premiere. So you can.
We love you, Cindy K.
You can either hear that information again and see it for the first time, and you'll get that middle bit that we missed. Anyways, thank you for being here. If you're not following me, do follow me at the Railfly on YouTube, at the Railfly on Twitter, at the Railfly here on Rumble. I mean, you could even probably, if you really were interested, I'm also on Pilled and on True Social. I've never made a True Social post though.
I was pointing at his name.
Oh, I thought you were fingering some chick who's like
Yeah.
taller than you.
No, I was pointing at third Railfly.
Oh, we're doing. Oh, you're gonna. This is where I get gagged by Gina.
Darnell, you want some over there?
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Yeah.
Right in my ear.
Oh
yeah.
God. Oh goodness. Yeah. Hopefully we get Dan back. We'll have to
What was I?
butter. We'll have to butter Mikey's parsnips to make it happen. I suspect, but hopefully we'll soon because he said he had dirty
What the
stories.
hell are you doing,
And I
Joe?
wanted to hear it.
Buttering parsnips.
Oh.
Anyways, so I love you all, and we will see you tomorrow night for the news hangout or whatever. And I always lose this outro. Oh, we should raid.
Oh.
We should do a raid.
Do you want me? You